Exciting. We're gonna have 5 beautiful days of fun with all you guys. So go get cooking. People who are working, and this is a global festival now.
एक कदम आगे फिर 2 कदम पीछे।
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
Hi, this is Kiran Sons, CEO founder of World on a Plate. Today we are in some of the most unprecedented times ever in the history after World War II. All of us are stuck at home. Many of us have lost jobs. Many of us have, many people on the road do not have a meal to eat. World on a Plate, it has been feeding people for the last 100 odd days. The whole idea, just to give you a brief about World on a Plate, we are a food festival, a gourmet food festival. For the last 5 years, we've done 7 events featuring some of the top chefs from around the world. Restaurants galore, dining experiences, and many exciting culinary journeys in one beautiful festival. It was always euphoric for us to be part of this beautiful festival, and when we could call friends to come and have a great time, meet over food. Today we are in a corner, and I know humanity is going to fight back and come back, rise like the phoenix, and I'm sure that we are in this together, and this festival, is going to go live this year. World on a Plate goes live for the very first time from the 5th to the 9th of August. We are doing this whole festival for charity. The industry has actually come together for this cause. All my friends, reached out to me saying that let's do something, about this. We've had unprecedented pictures on TV, on videos, on the internet, and we thought we should stand and do something, for these people, and that's why we are here today. However, the fun side of the festival never stops. 5 days, 25 chefs, the best chefs around the country and the world. Top 35 restaurants around 3 cities are coming together to, give you an experience for a lifetime. You're going to cook with each one of these chefs, from cooking from their homes to your homes. Sometimes some of them are, creating DIY kits where you can buy on Swiggy, order it on Swiggy Genie, and this is going to be a fun 5 days, and we want to bring some cheer back into your lives. And at the same time, we want to make sure that you contribute, you generously go out and contribute to the World Hunger Warriors who fed over 500,000 people. 500,000 people is a decent number in a small city of Bangalore, and today I think these guys are going to be setting up their first soup kitchen on wheels, and I want each one of you all to go out there and do your bit. Without further ado, I like to quickly introduce the first chef. We're going to go into fun of cooking, enjoying ourselves in the kitchen, picking up some interesting ingredients around and doing something exciting. So Ashish Baskin, the first chef, who's going to come on stage very, very soon, is someone who I met very casually at World on a Plate Delhi, because the last season was World on a Plate Delhi in the month of February, just before the pandemic hit us so hard. And very jovial, confident executive chef of the Leela Delhi, and he's going to bring some amazing food of his experience on the plate. He's going to cook a very exciting beetroot tamia with hummus and bread, and he said the recipe is amazing, and every one of you all should. I hope each one of you all have downloaded the recipe from the website www.worldonaplate.in, WOAP.in, and I'm sure you're going to have a great time cooking with your friends, with your family, and make sure that you eat and enjoy it, but do not forget that there is a cause. We're doing all this for the World Hunger Warriors. You can go and donate, be generous. 50 rupees, 100 rupees is good enough. You can be as generous as you want, because every meal counts today, and I'm so happy that we're part of this beautiful experience. So finally, World on a Plate goes live from the 5th to the 9th of August. Be there.
Hi, my name is Ashish and I'm the executive chef for Leela Ambience Gurgaon. First of all, I would like to thank World on a Plate for this brilliant initiative of World Hunger Warrior, and I'm part of this group. I'm part of this Hunger Warrior. I'm being a Hunger Warrior. I'm super excited. So thank you World on a Plate for giving me this opportunity. And now to tell you about the dish. So I'm doing a dish called Tamia al-Gibna. Tamia is also known as falafel in other parts, and this dish I learned during my tenure in Egypt. So it can be made with chickpeas, it can be made with fava beans. So what I do here is I soak chickpeas and I'll add vegetables to it. I will puree it, I will make a paste out of it, I will stuff with cheese and I will fry it. This can be eaten as it is with a sauce like tahina sauce, hummus, or it can be stuffed in falafel, or the easiest way what we all can do easily at home, what I'm going to show you, is make a flat bread, put these tamiyas in the center with the tahina sauce, some salad, roll it, and have it like a roll. So should we wait for some time or should we start? What do you say? I think let's start. We have enough people on board. But before we start again, I would like to thank World on Our Plate for giving me this opportunity. So let's start. So I have my chickpeas soaked with me, and so these were about 100 grams of chickpeas which I have soaked, and I'm adding about 20 grams of capsicum into it, about 10 grams of celery, about 20 grams of onions, as I mentioned, beetroot al-gibna, beetroot tamia al-gibna, so of course beetroot needs to go there, so we are adding beetroot, approximately again 20 grams, and approximately 20 grams of garlic. What I'll do is I'll add a little salt to it, little pepper, and I will grind it. These chickpeas were soaked overnight, so they are soft, well soaked chickpeas. Now I'll just put this on my blender and start blending it. This will take some time. So I just mix a little. I am not adding any extra water to this. Just one more time I'll mix it so that it becomes even and smooth paste. I think that's enough. If you want spicy, you can add chilies also. So my paste is ready now. So if you see my fine paste is ready, I'll just take it out in a bowl. keep this on side. We'll use it in the end. And now we'll make the tahina sauce. So what I have done, I have made a little bit of a garlic paste which is ready. So the garlic paste is ready. In this I'll add, this is about a gram of gram of garlic paste. I'll add about 5 gram of tahina paste. This tahina paste is available easily in the market. We'll add little lemon juice to this. And lemon juice I have added. I'll add a little salt to this now. Salt is as per your taste. We'll mix it nicely. At this stage, if you see, it's become one cohesive mask. I'll add a little bit of a cumin powder. Roasted cumin powder is very important. It gives a beautiful taste to my tahina sauce. Again, half a gram. Not more than half a gram. It should not be too overpowering. And then about 10 ml of olive oil to this. If you want, you can add little yogurt also. It's completely your choice. I like to add little yogurt to my tahina sauce. There are people who don't add yogurt, so it's completely your wish. Yogurt gives a nice smooth and a little add to the saucy texture of so just about, say, half a spoon of yogurt, and my tahina sauce is ready. That's it. You don't need much to do with the tahina sauce. So I'll quickly repeat what we did for the tahina sauce. Tahina paste. We add tahina paste. We add a little bit of lemon juice, salt, cumin powder. We mix it nicely. Then we did about 10 ml of olive oil. Mix it smoothly and then finish with yogurt so that we get a nice saucy consistency. It can be used as a beautiful dip. It can go with your kebabs also, very nice if you like kebabs. Okay, so we have done this. Now we need a dough for our bread. So I've taken about 60 grams of maida, refined flour. I'll add a little salt. Again, salt is as per your wish. I'll make a well in the center. I'll add little milk. So approximately whatever weight of flour you are taking, you take half of that as milk and half of that as water. So for example, if this is 60 gram of flour, then I will take about 30 grams of water and 30 grams of milk, and I'll just knead it nicely. It needs to be a decent dough. That's it. My dough is ready. And now I'll add a little olive oil on top. Not much, just a little. And I leave my dough to rest. After that, we'll just roll it thinly, and we'll do like a tortilla and put these tamiyas in the center, roll it with a little bit of tahina sauce, a bit of salad, and have the delicious stuff. So tamiya paste is ready, our dough is ready, tahina sauce is ready. Falafel is also consumed with hummus. So I'll show you hummus. Let me wash my hand for a minute. I'll be back. So thanks, I'm back. I have boiled chickpeas ready with me. So what I will do here, so you can focus on this place. So boiled chickpeas, I'll drain the water and I'll add chickpeas in a blender. Okay. A unique thing how to check your chickpeas are ready is if you throw and smash them against the wall, it should go and stick to the wall. We have put chickpeas. We'll put about tahina sauce, the ready-made tahina paste basically, not the tahina sauce which we made. Little bit of salt, little bit of pepper. I'll add lemon juice to it. If you have lemon salt, you can add lemon salt also. But I'm showing you the easiest way you can do at home. Make delicious tamiya with delicious hummus, tahina sauce, and enjoy with your family. Now I'll add garlic. Few cloves of garlic and about 10-15 ml of olive oil. Yeah. And we'll grind it now to a smooth paste. Let's check how smooth it is. Do we need anything more? Yeah, it's little thing. So, and at this stage, I'll add a couple of cubes of ice to this. You need absolutely chilled water or ice, about say 20-25 grams. So what I'll do is I'll add a couple of cubes of ice to this. So I'll add ice to this and again churn it. So good hummus needs to be absolutely smooth. It cannot be grainy. Little bit more of olive oil to this. So let's check our hummus now. Must be ready. Looks smooth, looks delicious, looks creamy. So let's taste now. It's ready. A little bit salt is required. So I'll add a little more salt to it and give it a final churn. If you want thin, you can add another cube of ice to it. So now our hummus is ready. Let's take it out in a bowl. You see it's nice, smooth hummus ready. Now we'll just take this out in a bowl. So if you can see now, hummus is ready. Tasty, delicious hummus. And now is the time to do finishing part. So let's clean up the area a little, and we'll see you in a while. So what we have done, if you would have remember, I will run through the entire thing again. First, we made a paste, tamya paste, where we use chickpeas, garlic, bell pepper, beetroot, parsley. That reminds me, I missed adding parsley here. I need to add chopped parsley right now. So I'll and after adding parsley, we'll add a little bit of a baking powder to it. What baking powder will do is that will make this tamya a little fluffy. So the mixture is ready. I'll just add a little baking powder. Just a pinch of baking powder, not more than this. And we'll mix it nicely. So if you see, it's a nice, colorful, flavorful blend which is ready. And if you see how thick this is not flowing, but it's pasty consistency. So this we'll keep inside. Then we made tahina sauce, which was tahina, salt, cumin powder, lemon juice, olive oil, and a little bit of curd. Then we made hummus. Hummus was chickpeas which was overboiled, which was churned with garlic, salt, tahini paste, lemon juice, olive oil, and little ice just to give the consistency and keep the temperature of hummus cool. The reason why we added ice and not water was because when you are churning, there's heat which is produced, and that heat can actually spoil my hummus. So I have to keep it cold. So my hummus is ready. Now what we'll do is we'll start with our bread. So this is, if you can see, it's a soft dough. It's a very soft dough. I will make a tortilla out of it. So I've switched on my gas. Now I'll just make a dough. So when I was in Egypt, there was a bread which was called Baladi bread. Baladi means local, like a village. So desi ekdams. So it was a very light bread. People used to have falafel with that, like a roll. So I got an idea from that only to do it like this. I have tried this multiple times, and my family loves it. My friends loved it. So I thought, why not share with you so that you can also enjoy the same. This needs to be a soft bread. So that's why it's very loose dough. So sheeted now, rolled completely. I'm just waiting for my pan to get hot. Bread is also ready now. Now what we'll do is we'll put oil for heating. Bread is ready. I'll put my oil for heating. Let's stuff our tamia. So we have feta cheese. We'll just, it's anyway crumbly, so we just little bit paste kind of a thing. If you want, you can add chopped parsley to it. And paste is ready. This is there. Okay, very important thing. Tamia is crusted with coriander and sesame seeds. So what I'll do is, I have coriander. I'll put it in a mortar and pestle. We'll crush it little bit. This coriander I had roasted a little bit before. Yeah, it's done now. We don't need powder, we just need roughly crushed. And then we'll add same quantity of sesame seeds. Perfect. So we'll take this out in a plate. Now, tamia mix, I will take in hand, flat a little. Put a little bit of feta cheese in the center. Put again tamya mix on top. Seal feta cheese in the center. Make it like a galette. And my tamya al-gibna galette is ready. We'll just dust this with sesame and coriander. So I'll just make few more galettes like this. This coriander and sesame at top gives a beautiful taste. It just changed the entire game. Okay. Let's check the temperature of our kadhai, our oil. Yeah, it's literally ready, so we'll wait. We'll make one more by the time we would reach the desired temperature. Crusted. If you really want a thick crust of coriander, you can actually just put there, roll it also. Great. So I'll just wash my hand and be back. And जब तक हमारा तामिया फ्राई हो रहा है, I'll put my dips in a bowl. Sauce is ready. Let me put some garnish, some parsley sprig. Let's just turn it and check. It's coming beautiful. must be ready now. Yeah, if you see, my thumb is ready. We just put this on a platter. And this is absolutely ready. Now let's fry some more. So let's do a wrap ready. We'll remove this one. Get a plate here. So falafels are about to get ready. Let's remove this and get this range ready for our hot pan. We'll add a little bit of olive oil. This will cook up bread once. On the pan. From the other side also. On the bread, we'll add a salad, which is very simple. I'll first put a tahina sauce to it. A little bit of hummus on top of it. I'll add a salad of onion and tomato. Just slice onion and tomato. Chop parsley and the tamia which you have fried. I'll just put on top. Tamil roll are ready. So make it, eat it and share your feedback. Thank you. And again in the end, I will thank World on a Plate for giving me this opportunity to become a hunger warrior. Thank you. Thanks for getting attached to us in this noble cause. Thank you.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे.
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर. इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट. देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर. इनोवेशन एंड यू. फिलिप्स.
And as you know, this is for a cause. The World Hunger Warriors have been
So Ashish, you guys can ask questions. Ashish,
Hi, Kiran.
hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Lovely. Such an amazing masterclass. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for having, spending such beautiful time with us. It's, I really, really respect you because kind of stuff you've been doing. And, charity is, of course, a very, very special, you need to have that special space in your heart to do charity. And thanks for spending all the time with us for the cause of charity. And loved your masterclass. So, where is this inspiration from? Inspiration, for Middle Eastern.
So, Kiran, I was posted in Egypt for 2 years on the Red Sea called Salashi. So, I was with the Oberoi Group at that time. I was the chef in charge for the Oberoi Salashi. So, I learned, and also when I was in Taj, I was a part of opening of Cafe Fontana at Taj Palace, which was the first Middle Eastern restaurant, proper one.
Okay,
And I
okay.
love the flavors. It's beautiful, simple, vegetarian, which gels well with our Indian culture, Indian taste, but yet is different.
Yeah.
So I thought of doing something which is simple. People can do it, but yet it's different.
Hmm, 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 hmm. So that's amazing. I mean, it almost reminded me of a nice, exciting role, which we make in India, right? And
Yeah.
for people who are watching, not only in India, from around the world, we've been getting so many inquiries about taking World on a Plate live, and I'm so glad that you are one of the first chef. You're like the opening batsman of World on a Plate.
Yeah. I opened the series, right? Yeah.
So, what are you doing, chef, at the moment? What are you, are you enjoying your Wednesday? Huh?
Yeah, I'm enjoying my Wednesday. Today I'm at home, but I've started going back to work. Our hotel is operational. We are doing a lot of banquets. Our restaurants, that's, I won't say buzzing, but yes, we are able to do 70, 80 covers for a meal, which is not bad in current time. Our
Absolutely.
Spectra we are saying that life in Spectra is back, which is a signature restaurant. So
Correct.
we are having fun.
No, so this is also the reason why we are doing World on a Plate, because at the end of the day, we want to promote restaurants and hotels who are just about making their way back in this pandemic, and it's just it's one of those times where we have to all work together to make it a make a comeback, right? So I'm
We will.
absolutely that we are doing this together.
I'm optimist. I'm sure we won't make a comeback, we will bounce back. Bounce back with full power.
I agree, absolutely.
It's just a
So
matter of few days.
absolutely. So I had a question. Of course, there were lots of questions coming in, so I picked up one of them, and I can kind of thought I'll ask you. Why do you put ice while making the hummus? What's the
So what
reason?
happens is it's an all temperature game. So when you are churning it, the temperature goes up. And if it's become warm, the shelf life of hummus goes down because you
Correct.
are adding acidic like lemon juice, lemon salt. So it's always better to keep it cold.
Oh,
And if you don't have ice, you can replace it with chilled water also.
okay. All right. Chilled water. Okay, that's what. Because that was one of the questions which came, and so I'm definitely excited about this whole format which we're trying to do, for the first time. And so, I have like these beautiful dogs around who are, celebrating the first master class with you. And you have to say anything to your audience. There are lots of people logged on to World on a Plate to say hello to you. Is there something you want to say to them? Because at the end of
I
the
just
day,
say that food is a beautiful thing, and we all have noticed that everyone is into cooking now. Cooking is one of the simplest thing. What you need to do is just cook from heart. I always say this word from my early days: happy heart make happy food. Food needs to be happy. That's it. Rest, go on, enjoy, play with ingredients, speak to ingredient, give emotions to your ingredients. Your food will come out nice.
yeah, amazing. So you're getting lots of happy, you have a lot of people who love you, and that's amazing to see. And I'm kind of trying to figure out those questions at the same time. Now, the reason why I asked you to, inspire these people who are watching is because the industry is, I think, it's the highest and the most. Uh, uh, our industry is hit the most, and the government actually is not doing too much about it. But I see
I don't
us
think they are.
community
I
coming
think
here.
they're doing nothing about it. I'll be very honest. They're doing nothing about it.
Yeah, and I must say, give kudos to people like you and Leela, the hotel, because you guys have been serving from scratch, from day one, and I would really call you the local warriors. And while it gets louder and louder here, I'm going to let you go and have a great Wednesday. Thank you for this beautiful masterclass, and look
Thank you.
forward to seeing you.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining us. Thank you. Bye. Have a nice day. Bye.
Yeah. For those who are just logging on, so the next masterclass is, going to go live.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
Thank you for staying logged on, and it was amazing, what Chef Ashish Basin pulled off. Thank you, Chef. You really made me hungry, so I started having a cup of tea, and it's an amazing tea time snack. The beetroot tamia was delicious. I wish I could come home and grab that piece from you. So hope you guys had a great time. enjoying the snack. It's perfect timing. You know, you can cook it for your children. I hope the children have had a great time eating it. So this is World on a Plate. You know, bringing the chefs who are professionally trained, you know, top chefs from around India and the world, using kitchens which are their home kitchens, similar to yours, and making delicious recipes for you. So obviously there's a little bit of twist in World on a Plate. Typically World on a Plate would have been, you know, professional kitchens, you know, great plated food and with great showcase of equipment, but this is the turn what we want to take. Everybody has taken a big turn during this pandemic, you know. These days, these kind of instances in life teach you so much, and that's what World on a Plate has done now. So going forward, I wanted to, of course, make these conversations more fun, more you know, bring back the old, you know, reminisce the beauty of World on a Plate, the behind the scenes. And I want to quickly tell you how we started World on a Plate. And it was one of these in 2015 when I had George Columbaris coming for his maiden trip to India. We had planned, you know, a plated dinner with him, and then we went early morning for a run. I mean, I love running, and I took him for a run at our very own, you know, airlines hotel, and I wanted him to experience the world-class dosas and the vadas of Bengaluru, and he was blown by the vada. He said, you know, the scrumptious, savory donut, and then he gulped, you know, and he had the vada with so much of happiness. And that's when I also realized that, you know, people like the Georges, the Garys, and the Matts were so popular because he was swarmed by children at 7 a.m. in the morning, and people were taking selfies, and I thought that we were, you know, we should do something with these amazing guys. And George went back home, and he promised me that he's going to bring the two other chefs, Gary and Matt Preston, for season 1. And that's how World on a Plate season 1 happened. And of course, just after that, I went back to Melbourne, spent some time, you know, understanding. The taste of Melbourne was one of the reasons why I went back to Melbourne, and I saw the execution of how a great world-class festival is. And I should thank George Columbaris. If you're watching, kudos to you, man. I love you. And I hope you come back soon for another meal when things are good and better. So that was how we started World on a Plate. And coming back to the pandemic and the situation right now, India is 102 on the hunger index, and we are behind Nepal and Bangladesh and Pakistan, and nothing great to talk about, but we are one of the most undernourished country in the world. And it's important for you guys to know that, you know, the World Hunger Warriors have been really pushing themselves on the ground in this during this pandemic, feeding people. 500,000 people is not a small number, and they're starting their first ever soup kitchen. Go and support them. And without further ado, I'm going to start off. You know, of course, you have, you know, the link, the www.keto.org/the WHW to go and give your contributions. Be generous, because we are sitting here enjoying these beautiful chefs creating amazing recipes, but there are people out there who don't even get a single meal, and that is why World on a Plate has always done this from day one. You know, even during season 1, since we're talking about season 1, we had all the 3 chefs cook a meal or 2 for the underprivileged, and it was amazing the way people reacted to it, and we actually landed up, you know, having over 50,000 meals donated, and it went to the right people. So we've always, as World on a Plate, it's been the ethos of it, and we are excited that World on Plate is doing this again. So let me now quickly introduce you to one of our dear, vivacious chef, Anchal Balla from Delhi. She, is literally a home cook who turned professional, and she's been running a company called Taste Sutra for the bunch of years, and she's, I think, had more than 800 clients and from about 25 countries, and her food is amazing, and we requested her to do a special recipe. It is not only about great professional chefs, it's about these chefs sitting at home, sitting in small studios, creating unique recipes which you can cook from your home. And this is what Anchal Balla is going to do, and I'm really excited what she's going to cook today. So I hope you guys have downloaded the recipe, and make sure that you guys go and cook and have a great one, and I'm going to see you on the other side. Until then, keep smiling and be at home, watch these classes and be safe. See you soon. We're also going to have a quick chat with my dear friend Rupali Dean, one of the top food critique influencers from Delhi. She's also been a very integral part of World on a Plate Season 5. We just finished in Delhi in February, just before the pandemic struck us, just after Anchal's masterclass and her live. We're going to go live with her. See you.
Hi everyone, I'm Chef Anchal Balla, and today you guys will be cooking along with me. It's a really fun recipe. We're gonna do a Thai recipe, and it's a chicken krapao, and we're gonna do it in a bowl style, in which we will also have some extra things to go with it, like some veggies. And if you're a vegetarian, you can replace the chicken with either Nutella, which is made out of soya, or you can do this with tofu or mushrooms as well. So even if you're a vegetarian, don't worry, you can still make this recipe with me. So I will just quickly take you through the ingredients we will be using. So that is my chicken. So either you can get the chicken minced from the market, or what I've done is I have taken the boneless chicken thigh and I have chopped it really small. So you can do the same. Then we are going to be using garlic. So I love garlic, so I'm going to be putting a lot of garlic in mine. We'll also use a small onion or a shallot, then a small piece of ginger. We need Thai red chilies for this recipe. If you don't have these, you can use any red chilies. If you don't have fresh ones, you can even do the recipe with the dried one. The dried ones are a little more hot, so be careful about that. So I'm also going to be using Chinese 5 spice. So this actually has 5 spices, which are again very common in Indian kitchen. So if you don't have this, you can use you can make it yourself. So it has cinnamon, star anise, clove, black pepper and fennel seeds. So you can actually make it yourself and use also. And of course, lots of basil. So this is my homegrown basil. So I put a lot of it. This gives like fresh flavor. If you can also get Thai basil or holy basil also instead. There are a lot of variety of basil. Because it's a Thai recipe, I'm using the Thai basil. And for the carbs, I am using brown rice, which I've just washed. If you want, you can use white rice, you can use quinoa, you can use couscous, you can use millets, you can use any kind of grains basically. So this is your carb part, chicken will be your protein, and to get that extra vegetable crunch, we are going to use, so for that, I will be using a carrot. So for the carrot, it's a harissa honey chili carrot. So this one, we are actually going to marinate it with some chili and honey, and then we're going to cook. So it's going to get nice and tender, but still have a little crunch. And just to balance out all the chili we're going to be eating, we're also going to do a cucumber salad. This is really simple, 5 ingredient, quick one. Now for the krapa, what we need is, along with this, we are going to be also needing some oyster sauce and some soya sauce. If you don't have oyster sauce, don't stress too much about it. It's okay, you can make it without the oyster sauce as well. Fish sauce is also something which is optional. If you're a vegetarian, you can choose not to use the fish sauce. I also didn't have fish sauce today, so I am not putting, but you can put it in the recipe. Then of course salt and sugar. I also have some brown sugar, so we're going to be using different sugars for different things. For the salad, this is vinegar, which is this is apple cider vinegar. You can use regular white vinegar or any other vinegar also. And for the carrots, that's honey, and that's the chili garlic paste, which you get ready-made in the market. Lots of different brands are selling, so you can get any of it, and then you can start. So first things first, what I want to do is, this chicken recipe is actually a really quick one. So the chicken we'll actually cook in the end. For first, I want to marinate my carrots, because ideally I want my carrots to be marinated for at least 20-30 minutes, because that's how they seep in all the flavors. So I'll marinate the carrots first, and then we're going to make the salad, we're going to keep the rice for cooking. Chicken, we'll do all the prep work. Cooking is going to just take about 8 to 10 minutes, so that we'll do absolutely in the end. Okay, so is everyone with me? Now let's start. Now for the carrots, simply I am just peeling the carrots. Okay, so let me get the other one. Okay. So after peeling, you can chop it into any shape or any size you want. I don't want them to be very fine, so the peels will go in composting. That's what we usually do in our kitchens. So I did not want my carrots to be too small. So I'm actually just cutting into roughly big chunks. You can do it whatever shapes or size you like. Now this one's getting too big, so I'll just slice it in the center. So if you can get baby carrots, they are nice and sweeter. If not, even the regular big carrots work. So carrots are really good for your vitamins. You can use any other veggies also, like you can use probably beans or any other crunchies as well. So this is our carrots simply. Now I'm going to be marinating this. So this will be marinated in honey. That's about 1 teaspoon of honey. Now chili paste totally depends on how spicy you want it. Like I like it nice because I put a lot of honey and I like it nice little chili effect. So I put the chili paste as well. Of course you need to season everything. So we're going to put salt. And we're going to put black pepper, fresh. Mix it all. So these are all really easy recipes. So you can even make this on like a side dish for any other recipe also. Now also in the marination, I'm going to be adding some oil. We are not going to be using any oil to cook the carrots, so that's why I'm just putting it in the marination, and I will be directly putting it on the pan later on for cooking. Okay. So that's it. Carrots are marinated. So that's how simple it is. Just honey, chili, salt, pepper and oil. You can even taste. Yeah, it has that nice, I can go with a little more chili, I feel. I personally like it a little more hot, but it's totally depending on which chili paste you're using and how spicy you like it. You can adjust it. So that's it. That's the marinated carrots. That's done. So we'll just keep it on the side. Ideally, I would want it to be marinated for at least 20 to 30 minutes because that's how the flavors would go inside the carrots. Okay, so that's done. Now for the rice, of course, any kind of grains, like if you're using lentils or rice or any other grains, ideally we should always wash them at least 3 to 4 times. So I just soaked this up. Now I'm just going to wash it one more time at least. And then I'm going to keep it for boiling. That you boil your regular white rice. You can use your leftover white rice also for this recipe. As I said, you can use quinoa or couscous or anything. So I totally go by that whatever is available, whatever is local, we should cook with that. So I'm going to now keep this for cooking. Okay, so we've marinated our carrots. We have kept the rice for cooking. In the rice, I'm just putting like a pinch of salt. Okay. Now we will get on to first the salad. So the salad is really simple, just a regular cucumber. You can get the English cucumber as well. These days everyone's having so much of problems in getting the ingredients, so I'm using the regular local, we call it desi cucumber. So sometimes of course the cucumbers, there might be a chance that they are a little bitter, so you obviously need to taste. With English cucumber they're never bitter, so you can directly chop and cook or eat. But with your local ones, there's always a chance that 1 out of every 5 or 6 would be bitter. So please make sure that you taste it. Okay, not so bad. So what you do is, you slice it in the center, and I do not want the seeds. So I am kind of de-seeding it. You can use a spoon as well to do it. And please do not throw these. I'm going to eat them later. I'm going to make another salad out of it. Now, just slice them. So they'll be like little semicircles, like a moon shape. My rice is boiling. I'll just reduce down the heat. So India is, with the whole pandemic, with the COVID situation, we've all not been able to go out to eat. I know everyone's enjoying the staying at home and cooking, but it's getting difficult because now you have to make everything at home. So that's why, World on a Plate came up with this idea. They're trying to support the food industry, the chefs and the restaurants. And also they've been feeding so many people every day. They have soup kitchens going on. They're doing tie-ups at different restaurants. Even this, when they approached me to do this recipe so that, this is gonna raise funds and we're gonna feed so many people. They believe in women empowerment. They believe in, at least no one should go to bed without food. So that's what is very important. So this is some vinegar. So you can use any vinegar. Basically, you want a little bit of that sourness, the tartness. You can even use lemon juice if you don't have anything. I'm putting some olive oil. I'm going to be putting some sugar. So you want to balance the tartness of the vinegar by sugar, salt, and pepper. As you can see, I love pepper, so I always go by extra. So now there's quite amount of dressing. If you see, quite a lot amount of dressing because I want the cucumbers to soak in all the flavor. If you have some mint leaves or like in winters I get fresh dill, so I also chop and put some of that because that adds some freshness. I had some mint, so I'm going to be adding that. If you don't have, don't worry about it. You can probably put some coriander if you have, or you can just make it like this also. Okay, so that's just some mint. So after, and that's about it. That's how simple my salad is. I am gonna be toasting some white sesame, but I'm not adding that now. That I will just put it in the end on top. So this, it's better if you, of course, every salad is so hot, you would like it to be a little nice cold. So I'm gonna put it in the refrigerator. So just give me a minute and then I'll be back. Okay. So my carrots are marinated, my salad is done, my brown rice, if you can just see the rice, it is starting to soften. It's almost 50% done. If you want your rice to be a little more sticky kinds, we are going to overcook it. Otherwise, you can cook it al dente and then strain it off. The steam will cook the rest of it. So totally depending on how you like it. You can also use leftover boiled rice, white rice or any other rice also which you have at home. So that also works. Okay, so now let's get on to the main dish, which is going to be like the main component, which is going to be the chicken krapa. So for that, we're going to start by first peeling and slicing an onion. So you can use red onions are better. If you want, you can use white onions, but I would recommend a red one because in Asian cooking we mostly use the red onions. Actually, that's the only variety which we had before. White onions, I mean, we have started getting, but it's not really something which is native. Okay. So now we're gonna just thinly slice the onion. These days, everyone's become a chef. Everyone's cooking so much of food with the lockdown and staying at home because one, we can't go out, we can't order in, and it's also a great way of, like a therapy. I find cooking quite therapeutic. I actually took it as a profession only because I used to enjoy cooking. So yes, everyone's become a chef. Okay, now we're gonna make a little, so now for the ginger and garlic, one choice you have, like you can actually chop it really finely or you can make you can grate it. But I like it to be, I like to have a little bite, so I want it to be a little chunky. So I would actually not chop it, but I'm gonna be actually mincing it in the mortar and pestle. You can, if you want, you can, if you don't have a mortar and pestle, you can do it in the blender as well. Now for the ginger, I usually use a spoon to peel. If you see, it's really easy and you don't waste in peeling as well. So this is something I learned from a TV show when I was a kid. Okay. So that's my ginger. It's just roughly chopped. And then I'm putting my garlic. Now, depending on how spicy you want your chicken to be, you can choose your chili. I always kind of smell and know that how strong or mild the chili is. So I think I would just go by one because it's smelling to be quite a hot one. The weather is hot, the chili is hot. Now, simply I'm going to be pounding it. So always please keep a cloth below because it's going to be very loud, otherwise you're going to have that sound, hitting on your kitchen bench. So this is even more better therapy. You can imagine anyone's head and then you're smashing it up. I wish you guys could smell because it's everything I like. It's gingery, it's garlicky, it's chili. So I love all these flavors so much. So if you see, it doesn't have to be very fine or like a very smooth paste. It's more like a chunky thing. And this is how I want it to be. Even the chili pieces, it's good, it's fine. I like it like this. So this is what we're gonna be using. Okay, let's check on our rice once. So brown rice, of course, takes a little longer than white rice. Yeah, it's almost done. I don't want it to be overcooked, I don't want it to be like a mushy one. So I would actually drain it off before because the steam will cook the residual part of it. But if you want to make it sticky, you can overcook it as well. Okay, so this is done. Now we are going to just drain this off. You can do the same way. You can take millets. Like I like to use more of local ingredients rather than quinoa. I would recommend if you can use millets for this. Now, let's start with the chicken. So put a pan to get nice and hot. First, we're going to add oil. Once the oil gets nice and hot, add oil, followed by the onion which we have sliced. So we don't want the onions to become too brown, like in Indian cooking. So this is something which we are going to just cook the onions for about a minute or two. We just want them to become translucent. So your Thai or your Chinese cooking, you should try and do it on a high flame. You don't have to cook it for too long. It's all about keeping the ingredients fresh and simple. So I'm just gonna fry the onions maybe another 30 seconds. The ginger and garlic and the chili which we pounded up. So you see now the onions are starting to get light brown, like goldenish. Is when we're gonna add the garlic and chili. You can put it in the blender as well. I somehow like that texture of being able to chunk it. That's it, your ingredients are ready. It doesn't take very long. Now simply we're going to add our chicken. I'm going to be adding my soy sauce. Some oyster sauce. Yeah, after the oysters, we give it a nice mix. The soy sauce already has the salt component, so don't put a lot of salt. I'm just putting like a small pinch. You can always season it later more if you want. Now in this, I'm going to be putting brown sugar, because we have too much of chili. Thai cooking is all about keeping it balance of flavors. It needs to have sweet, salty, spicy, sourness, all of it combined together. I'm going to be putting the Chinese spice mix. This is again something which is optional. If you don't have, you can choose not to add. So on a high heat, just cook it for about 3 to 4 minutes till the chicken gets soft and tender. If you get chicken minced, it even cooks faster. Chicken is done. Now comes the basil. Lots of basil. And after the basil, you don't have to cook for long. You just cook till the basil gets a little wilted so that all the flavors will come together really well. So yeah, you see, chicken's nice and soft. You get a nice color. Now I put the black pepper towards the end. And this is done. So my chicken krapao is done. Similarly, as I said in the beginning, if you don't eat chicken, if you're a vegetarian, you can do the same recipe with either mushrooms or tofu or paneer. So of course your tofu and mushroom will cook even much faster. So that's ready. Our rice is done, our chicken is done. The salad, we've already kept it for getting cold. Now we'll also cook the carrots quickly. Okay. Now we'll put another pan for getting hot. Now these are the marinated carrots which we had done before. So this already has some oil, so that's why you don't need any oil to add directly. Put it on the pan. Once like the onion gets nicely caramelized, just cover it up. And I've kept it on a high heat only. I don't want the carrots to be too soft. I want them to have a little bit of a crunch. If you want, you can even add some onion seeds or black sesame to it. It gives a really nice texture and color also, like the orange and black. So whatever we're cooking today, it's not necessarily completely Thai. It's whatever I wanted to eat today and whatever I had in my kitchen. So that's what usually how most of us are cooking. So we will have to wait for the carrots. A little more. So if you see, so the small pieces are nice and tender. The big ones will take a little longer. So like this one's nice and soft. So I'm just gonna cover it up and let it cook a little longer. In the meanwhile, the last thing, I wanted to toast some sesame seeds for my cucumber salad, which I will just do that till my carrots are getting cooked. So that's some white sesame seeds, no oil, nothing, just directly put in the pan and toast it up. So again, sesame is something which is again a superfood. It is something which is local. So I like using sesame because it actually increases your immunity. It's kind of like warm tendency, for your throat and all. It's good. So if you don't have, you can even add any other seeds. Like you can use flax seeds or pumpkin seeds also in your cucumber salad. Because I wanted to add a little bit of the crunch. So you can do that with anything else also. Peanuts also go really well. Like you can even add some crushed peanuts on top of your bowl in the end anyway. So now you can see the sesame, it is starting to get a little light golden. You have to make sure that at this point of time you switch off the heat, because with the residual heat from the pan, it can get darker and we don't want it to burn, because sesame already has a little bit towards a bitter taste. If you roast it, take it too far, it might be too bitter, which we don't want. So that's about it. Let's check on our carrots. Yeah, it's nice and soft. That's what we want. I don't want it to become too mushy also. We want to have that little bit of that crunch in our carrots. So that's about it. The carrots are done. Okay, so all our ingredients are ready. Let me do a quick recap before we start plating it up. So for the carrots, we had marinated the carrots in honey, chili paste and salt, pepper and oil. You marinate it for about 20-30 minutes and then you keep it for cooking. It takes anywhere between 5 to 10 minutes. Don't overcook your carrots, like don't make it really soggy and soft. You want to just cook till they are nice and tender and still have a crunch bite to it. So that's what you do. With my chicken, you make like I take a mortar and pestle and I pounded garlic, like 3 to 4 cloves of garlic, a little piece of ginger, red chili, fresh red chili, 1 or 2 depending on how hot you like it. You pound it together. In a pan, take oil, saute your onions, add the paste you've made in the mortar and pestle, and then you add your chicken, you add soy sauce, you add oyster sauce, salt, pepper, brown sugar, and in the end, we put lots of fresh basil leaves. Just cook it, it hardly takes you 10 minutes for this recipe. It's actually a really quick and simple recipe. Brown rice, I just boiled regular water, and then once you're done, drain it off. That's how you do your regular white rice. You can choose to do white rice as well. The cucumber salad, cut the cucumber in, like peel your cucumber, cut it in half, de-seed it, and then cut slices, so they will be more like these moon-shaped, like semicircle seed, whatever you want to call it. Now in that, I've added apple cider vinegar, I've put sugar, I've put salt and pepper, and I've put some fresh mint. So that's a dressing for the cucumber salad. Salad, of course, try and put it in the refrigerator before you're going to plate it up or eat it. It obviously tastes better, it's more crunchy when it's cold. And to top the salad, I have toasted some sesame, white sesame, which I'm going to just throw it on top because it's healthy and I like that little bit of that crunch. So now we will start plating. Now again, one way is just put everything in a plate and have. We are going to just put it in a bowl. So we call it like a fancy Buddha bowl. So that's all my rice. So home food is all about the flavors being there. It doesn't have to be very pretty, but I'm sure all of you are missing out going to the restaurants. So we'll try and, so I'm just kind of making a depression in the center. Now my chicken goes here. Make sure you get all the flavors because you don't want to miss the masala, the sauces, back in your pan. Your basil. So that's your chicken. Okay, now comes the carrots. So the chicken has this nice chili kind of a flavor because of the red chili we've added. The carrot, because of the honey and chili, they kind of give that little sweet element. The cucumber, because of the apple cider, it will give that acidity or that tartness. The excess dressing, you can even marinate some more cucumber and use it later. Don't waste your salad dressing. Now we are going to top it up with some sesame. That's some birds chirping out. Probably they won't have some Thai bowl today with us. And some fresh coriander if you have. Please go ahead and use it. Otherwise, you can choose, any other fresh herbs you have. So that's about it. So if you see, that is my Buddha bowl, the meal bowl we've made. That's brown rice, that's a chicken krapa, that's chili, honey, carrots, that's cold cucumber salad with sesame, and of course we've topped it with some fresh coriander. So guys, please make it, enjoy, and World on a Plate is doing an amazing job by supporting the industry and feeding so many people who really need it at this time. India is on number 100 on World Hunger Index, and it's actually getting worse with this pandemic. So this is the time when we should all support each other. We should support, we should come out with open arms and help whoever needs right now. We are the privileged ones who have savings that, if we don't work, if we choose to stay at home for a few months, it's not going to matter much. But there are people who earn daily and, that's how they put food on the table for their family. So this is the time to help them, to support them. And an amazing work done by World on a Plate. Thank you guys for giving me a chance. And guys, please donate open-heartedly, and that's what I would say. This is Chef Anshul Bhala signing off. Thank you. Bye.
फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
And I know you guys have been cooking during the lockdown for your friends, for your family, but this is from the best of the best. And while we wait for Anchal, maybe she's just cleaning up her kitchen, and I don't know, we're just waiting for her. I just thought I'll brief you guys up. Bring your friends, family. It's absolutely free, and remember, it's for a cause, the cause of hunger. The Hunger Warriors have been feeding over 500,000 people, and they have a soup kitchen on the ground. Just go donate. It's amazing to do good. You feel really good. While all of us are sitting at home, we've got a home. Many of them don't have even a meal to eat. India's number 102 on the World Hunger Index, and with this pandemic, it's got worsen and worsen. So I urge you guys to go help them, and the whole of the World on a Plate, the industry is together only for this specific cause, to support these guys. And it's amazing how each of our friends have kind of come and contributed, especially the chefs. They've been amazing. 28 chefs. And of course, World on a Plate, we've just finished World on a Plate season 5 in Delhi with Marco Pio White, and it was amazing. And we never expected that we were going to be hit so badly. while my team is waiting to bring back the world on a plate to the ground, we are here giving you an experience of a lifetime, and it in a different way. It is going to the world. Many chefs. People ask us, when are you bringing it to the US? Right into homes around the world. And
Hi,
lovely.
Kiran.
Hello, where were you? We were searching for you. I was looking.
All over. I was right here.
Okay. Lovely to see you, and thank you for doing what you do. It's just been amazing how you guys have been supporting us, and that masterclass was amazing. Thank you
Yeah.
for such a beautiful masterclass. And of course, like I said, I'm absolutely hungry now. Thank you for making me hungry.
That's a good thing.
So, what inspires you to cook, Anchal?
I don't know. I mean, cooking. I mean, first of all, I have to thank you guys. I mean, for making me a part of it, and also, most importantly, what you guys are doing. I mean, I think it's amazing. The kind of work you guys are doing and bringing so many of us on board for such a great cause. I mean, right now we can't really step out and do much. I think the only thing we can give is our time. So I think everyone should do that. And absolutely, I've been following you guys and your work, and I've been like really, it's inspiring, what you guys are doing. I mean, in such times.
Thank you. But thanks for spending hours of work, on this beautiful recipe. You made me hungry. On that note, whose head were you trying to?
Yeah, this is like a so yeah,
Want to know?
whoever was referred to has got the hint already.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah.
surprising. It's lovely.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, how have you been? When we talk about the industry, it's not only about world on a plate, about donation, also about inspiring budding chefs who are trying to go into the industry, and they want to hear from people like you who are already in the industry, and everyone has been hit. And what do you think? Where are we going from here, and what have you been doing?
So to be honest, I am busier than ever now. I feel I have no time. I mean, I don't talk to anyone also. Like, it's almost like earlier also, I was always a work freak. I used to work for 15 to 16 hours a day. And now I feel I'm working 18 hours a day because working from home also has its own challenges that you are more distracted with your home stuff as well. But I mean, for me, I feel every kind of crisis gives you an opportunity as well. We have taken it like an opportunity. My company, we've also gone online and virtual. We have started reaching out a wider audience now. We can reach people anywhere in the world, which earlier we did not think about. So for me, I think for us, we've taken out that silver lining in that lightning cloud, and then it worked for us. So yeah.
Amazing. So, that's what this whole show and this whole get together is about, right? The story of hope, and why we don't know what is up next. We need to work hard, innovate, reinvent ourselves, and get on our feet, right? That's the beauty of life. So I just want to say thank you again, and I think lots of your fans asked us many questions, and the team has been answering those questions. They were delighted to see your masterclass, and I'm looking forward to meet you in person when I'm in Delhi again. When things are, and so thank you again, and have a great evening, and keep doing what you do, and keep smiling.
Yeah, thank you so much for the whole team, for putting so much of an effort, I have to say that, it looks very seamless, but there's so much of hard work and planning which goes into everything. So congratulations for pulling this off really well. And great for you guys. See you. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
So while Anchal, leaves us, go back to her home, maybe eats what she's made. We're waiting for Rupali, one of my friends, very close friends, amazing food critic, traveler, someone who travels the world, discovering food and travel places, and good conversation for us to have and all of you guys to know what is happening around the world. I mean, she's got friends who are in different. Hi, hello, are you there, Rupali? Waiting for
Hi,
you.
how are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you in person.
Yeah,
Finally.
finally.
So are you enjoying yourself? So you always find a way to get away, right?
Yes,
Pandemic, no pandemic. You inspire a lot of people that we cannot just be bogged down by this pandemic, and then we
yes.
can do what we want, right?
So I
So
think it's important to uh, make your new normal better than the old normal. So you must do whatever you can for it.
I agree. Lovely. So a lot of people are locked down, and they want to know from experts like you, how has the industry been coping? Because I think we are the industry which is hit the most.
Yes,
And how are they coping? And I love your post because you've been promoting a lot of them. Some of them, of course, are on World on a Plate this time. And you were, someone who was, the pillar of World on a Plate in World on in Delhi.
not
How's the
without you.
industry? How is the industry coping? And give us some, inspiration for everyone who's watching.
So unfortunately, the industry's been hit. It's a fact. But I think they're bouncing back with deliveries, with other new ideas, which is a good sign. Another good sign is that many people who used to work as chefs or something, who are not doing anything right now, have learned that they are very good at their entrepreneur skills. So that's happening, and I think everyone should understand that ordering food is safe, because if you handle the food carefully, nothing's going to happen. And I think even going out is fine, going and dining out if you follow all your precautions. And we should give these restaurants a chance, and things are going to bounce back really quickly, because we need to adjust to the new normal.
Absolutely. And have you been going out and eating?
Yes, I just had a meal just now. I was out for tea. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, with friends. Of course, we
Lovely.
maintained our social distance, and it was really nice. And everyone is being careful. The restaurant
Yeah,
staff.
really. I've been luckily on the ground for 115 days from day one, and I'm still standing, touch wood, safe,
Yeah.
because you have to be, if you respect each other's space, and if you know it's amazing. I mean, this horrible pandemic,
Yeah.
and so on a bye bye note till I see you again. You want to say something for World on a Plate, the chefs, and the cause of feeding and hunger? Is there something you have in mind?
Yes, I think you're doing a great job. The restaurants are doing a great job. Uh, this cause of charity, obviously, nothing to beat that. And World on a Plate has always been a great platform for all the great chefs. And I think you've got a wonderful selection of chefs even this time. And I really wish this was live, though, where it was not virtual and we were actually. It's so amazing, that whole thing. But yes, like I said, we have to make the most of the new normal and make it better than the old normal. And I think it's a great thing that it's still carrying on. And
Yeah.
we are still relevant. And I'm sure the next World on a Plate.
Next year? Yeah, we have next year.
We have
You
next
know.
year. So this
So
year
we're
we should
going to do
survive, really well.
yeah.
And I think everyone should take care of themselves and
Mr. Dean and Akanksha, my love to them. And I really, really miss coming to Delhi and spending time with you guys. And till we meet again, next
yes,
World on a Plate. Thank you
definitely.
for coming and joining us. Always our favorite. And see you soon.
Likewise. All right. Bye. Have a good
Thank you,
evening.
Rupali.
Bye.
Thank you. So while we say bye-bye to my friends Rupali and Anchal, we're going to the next masterclass. Monica Manchanda, WOAP.in. Stay logged on. People are asking questions, where is it live? If you're on a phone, all you need to do is browse down and there is a play button on the video link. Just play and you play the video. If you're on a normal laptop, you can just it starts streaming. The master classes are all available on the website. You can download the recipes and cook along. The idea is to bring everyone to cook along. Of course, World on a Plate is for a cause this time.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
For those of you just logged on, welcome back. We just had a really cute chat with Anchal and Rupali on Instagram. As you know that after every masterclass, we go to Instagram for a quick chat with that specific chef and come back. So nice talking to Anchal. Her dish was amazing. I really felt hungry seeing that dish. It was a beautiful Buddha bowl, and I just wish I could just go into a kitchen and grab it. Thank you for making me hungry, Anchal. Yeah, I'm gonna catch you for this. Of course, Rupali, it was nice to talk and to understand how restaurants are coping up to the pandemic. The pandemic has literally, brought all of us to the knees, but, chefs and entrepreneurs and people like you and me always find a way to fight back. And I have seen some of the top restaurants finding a way to do business, especially deliveries is the new game. And I've seen amazing restaurants delivering great food. And kudos to all you guys who've been doing such a great job, bringing this cheer back to our, our homes, because gone are these days when we go out and eat, and today we're sitting at home, but we're luckily able to order these, restaurants home, and that's what even World on a Plate is doing. The top restaurants of your city are available on World on a Plate to order, so you can go, and for this very first time, the chefs have created signature dishes, which is something which you'd love. So make sure that you go order from these guys. I'm sure you're going to have a great time. So coming back to World on a Plate, where we left off in my last presentation, we definitely want to bring back a lot of these memories which are funny, and one of which I definitely want to tell you, because everybody keeps saying that 5 years of World on a Plate, so much of fun you guys must have had. We want to know the inside stuff, and this is the inside stuff. So 2016, Matt Preston was one of our key chefs, and Matt, the way he looks, he's gorgeous man, dresses up really well. Of course, he asked for a hairstylist, and we hired a hairstylist from one of the top salons, and she did the day one of the press conference, and she was so awestruck, of Matt Preston, and from day one she was styling him. Day two, 7 a.m. in the morning, I get a call from Matt Preston's manager. There are 10 people outside Matt Preston's room, and the lady had got her whole family to meet Matt, and of course, Matt Preston's manager being her, she gave me a mouthful, and I can never forget that piece. That's something which I wanted to bring to you guys. The other really interesting stuff was that our hospitality host was JW Marriott Bangalore, one of the best hosts I've been privileged to work with. Parul was the general manager, Anthony Hong, and many other guys in that organization. They blew my mind the way they supported us. They set up a beautiful breakfast meal right inside the swimming pool, and I was amazed to see how they set it up, and it was exciting to watch, and I'm sure you'll see it on social media, and which we're going to pull out and see, and that is what made World on a Plate special. So every World on a Plate, we would have something special coming out of the books, which nobody could even imagine, and I'm going to bring you lots of these stories through the 5 days we have together. Of course, the next thing which we're going to do is introduce a special chef and an ex-IT professional, and she is one of the top rated lifestyle and food blogger of the country, and we've handpicked such intelligent chefs that because these people are women, who know what you consumers love, cooking from your kitchen, and Monica Manchanda, the chef I'm talking about, is going to make something special for you just right after this break, after this conversation. So beyond that, of course, make sure that you guys are logged on to the master classes all the time, because Philips is giving away one appliance every master class. So there is a special contest question which is going to come on the screen. So don't forget to stay logged on so that you can pick up that make sure that you answer those questions and win many gifts given away by Philips. They're one of our key sponsors. They've always supported us, and especially during this charity event, we asked them for lots of gifts to give away, and there you are. Apart from all of this, we've got, like I said, the WHW Soup Kitchen, which we are making a visit on Friday. I'm really excited about it. I believe it's a kitchen on wheels, and we are gonna go and have some fun feeding people, because I've been looking forward to it. Of course, I have been involved personally from day one, serving people on the ground, and this is going to be exciting for us. So you have to contribute, that's your job. You have to cook, that's your job. You have to order from the best restaurants, that's your job. And today, this is the third dish coming your way. We are excited. Stay locked down and don't leave your seats, because the last chef is going to be someone who's one of my personal favorites, and she's going to make a dessert. But right now, Monica is going to make some amazing recipe, and we're going to catch you back on Instagram Live post this. See you there.
Hi, I'm Monica Manchanda, and today I'm live cooking here. We're going to wait for a few minutes for people to join in, and while people join in, let me talk to you about why I'm here today. I've been associated with the WOAP or Word on Plate for a long time. They've brought some brilliant chefs from across the world to India, held some lovely events around food, which focused on food and international food in a lovely way. And for the past few months, since COVID has come in, they have been focusing on something called a World Hunger Warriors, where they have a soup kitchen and they feed the needy. They have been feeding about up to 1,000 people every day for the last few months, and intend to continue this for a while to come. And I think from our side, we should do as much as we can to support their initiative. You can donate, watch this masterclass, and then go and donate money for it, as much as you like or as little as you like, because every penny counts. So I do see people online, and we are ready to start cooking. And today, I'm deriving my dish from the soup kitchen that these guys have at World Hunger Warrior, and I'm going to make one of my favorite things, which is a ramen. I'm making a ramen with some watermelon rind kimchi, and it's a very interesting take on the ramen that we have been eating for a long time. So I don't know whether you guys know or not. Traditionally, ramen, contrary to what we believe, is a Chinese invention. There were folks from China who migrated to Japan, and those are the one who created ramen in the first place. Of course, the world now knows it as a Japanese dish, and we all think of it as a Japanese dish, but it was initially a Chinese invention. It was really popular in China in 1930s, and then when the World War was going to take place, it almost died because the street hawkers and the vendors were banned, and those are the one making ramen. But then a lot of Japanese and Chinese migrated from Japan to the US just after World War, and ramen was kind of reinvented and reborn in the way we see it now, in the way the world loves it now. And that is what I'm going to show you today. So let's start cooking. So a lot of people ask me what ramen is and how to put together a ramen. At its base, ramen is just noodles and soup, noodles and broth. And the key lies, of course, in a broth, which is the holy grail of ramens, in a way you would call it. And at its very minimalistic form, broth is just a stock. And a stock typically is made of a few aromatics like garlic, ginger, leeks, cinnamon, bay leaves, whatever you want to add to it. If you are a non-vegetarian, bones, whether they are mutton bones or chicken bones or any other bones, give a great body and flavor, as well as great nutrition to our stock. Stock is typically, bones are typically very high in collagen, which is a great nutrient to consume if you are a non-vegetarian. If you are a vegetarian, vegetables like carrots and mushrooms, which are intense in flavor and then give that beautiful depth, layering and depth to your stock, make for a good vegetarian stock. I love a good mushroom stock, and I think it makes any dish very interesting. Especially if you're a vegetarian, spices in the stock are probably your best friend to induce a lot of flavor. So get your stock going, and you can look at my website. There's a vegetarian stock, there's a chicken stock, etc. Today I have made a stock which is essentially a chicken and mushroom stock, and I have added garlic and ginger and stuff to it. I have made it ready because stock does take a lot of time to make, but from this stock is what we are going to derive and make the broth of our ramen noodles. And typically a broth has something called a tear, Japanese call it tear, which converts it to a broth for a ramen. A tear is stock plus seasonings, and typically it has soya and mirin as a base, but you can play around with it. The way we are living and the times we are living, I don't think we need to be very particular about what is the only thing that can go in our broth. Today I'm going to use the chicken stock that I have made. So I'm going to add the chicken and mushroom stock. I have this is sambal olek. This is sambal olek. I'm going to add a bit of sambal olek. If you have miso goes beautifully in a stock. I'm going to add soya because there is not a ramen broth without soya. You just need to add it. I mean, and if you can get nice sharp soya, it just takes the umami of that is just beautiful. Miso adds a nice earthy fermented flavor, which is also very good for health. They also add nombu sometimes to the stock, to the broth with stock, and nombu adds that nice earthiness and also that slight bitterness in our broth, and it's a very popular Japanese flavor to be used anyways. And a very interesting fact while my broth is boiling is that a lot of people in Japan, they actually make stock in large quantities and store, and every time they have to put a ramen together, they take the stock, add the tear and refresh it, and they almost call the tear, which is at its base soya plus mirin, which is a Chinese wine, but often other spices and things are added to it. They call it seasoning of the ramen broth. That is how basic that is to any ramen making. So my broth is now boiling, and I'm going to always taste your food, guys. Seasoning is super important in ramen. It is salty, it has umami, and for me it's just right. I'm going to let it boil for about 2 to 3 minutes so that it absorbs all flavor, becomes slightly thick. Yeah, so I'll just let it boil for 2 more minutes and then take it off the gas. So while my stock is boiling and simmering away for another, let's say 3 to 4 minutes, let me talk to you about toppings or assembling of the ramen bowl. So the first element that I spoke to you about in the ramen is a broth. The second element in a ramen is noodles. I am today using an instant noodles coca, but you can use any noodles you want. Most noodles work fine. For us at least, Japanese actually are obsessive about noodles and broth together. They like to get it completely right, and the belief is the heavier the stock, both flavor wise and fat wise, the lighter the noodles, and the lighter the stock, the heavier the noodles. And some of the ramen masters in Japan are actually known to create their ramen broth first and then spend weeks and months working with a noodle master to create the perfect noodles for their ramen. So it is such a science for them, and it is so amazing to see. Just like any other Japanese food in many manners, they want to get everything spot on, and they are so particular about the final details, and that is one of the reasons Japanese food is so flavorful, yet so clear and clear flavors, clean, honest flavors, if you ask me. They spend tons and tons of time researching the heck out of it, if I have to use a better word than what I was going to use. But they spend a lot of time getting into the science and practicalities and making it perfect in every way. We, of course, just put things together, make sure the flavor is right, and we like to enjoy to eat it. So please feel free to use any instant noodles you can find. I love Coca. There are other couple of brands which are nice, depending on whether you are making a vegetarian version or a non-vegetarian version of noodles. You can kind of pick the variety. Don't ask me about Maggi, though I love Maggi, but I don't think Maggi is right for making a ramen, because it needs slightly more finer texture and lighter noodles is what I prefer. So I prefer Coca. Otherwise, you can always find Maggi in my cupboard, but not for a ramen. So my stock looks done. I'm going to do one final tasting. The umami and the salt is both beautiful. There's a hint of sourness from the sambal oelek that I've added, and this is what I want in my stock. The chicken flavor is also there, so broth. So if you want to see how it looks, this is how it looks, dark and brown. So there are many colors of the broth that you can make. In ramen, I like my broth a little darker, and I don't like my broth too thick. I want a nice soupy kind of texture to it. So if you want a little thick, you can boil it down and make it like that. So this is part one. We spoke about noodles. So since we've spoken about noodles, I'm going to put my noodles to, okay, my gas, yeah. I'm going to put my noodles to boil. Always have a scissors handy, guys. Don't be like me. I'm going to use a fork then. Don't be clumsy like me. Yes. I'll boil water. Just wait for water to boil for a minute, and we will then put the noodles in. In the meanwhile, let me also talk to you about toppings. So we have spoken about one element of the dish, which was the broth. The second element of the dish, which was the noodles. And the third element of the dish is the toppings. Now you can go as conservative or as crazy when it comes to topping. Traditionally, we pork, prawns is added a lot as ramen toppings. But tofu is also a very popular vegetarian option to it. For me, and then some crisp fresh veggies. I always like a little bit of veggies to be topped in my noodles. Ramen bowls, broccoli, peppers, mushrooms are a great option. I like a little bit of lettuce. I know it is not very standard of lettuce to be there in a ramen bowl, but I personally do like a little bit of lettuce in my ramen bowl. Microgreens, if you have handy. If you don't have handy, it's perfectly fine. Basically play around with what you have at home, or what are the flavors and the vegetables you like when it comes to toppings. The key thing with the topping is you need to kind of balance them with the broth and the crunchiness, and because everything else is kind of either soft or slurpy. So the vegetables and the toppings need to bring a slight amount of crunchy texture to your ramen bowl. Another thing which I just cannot do without when I talk about toppings of a ramen is an egg. Either a just boiled egg or a just fried egg. I mean, for me personally, ramen just needs to have an egg, and without that it's not kind of complete. And while my noodles are boiling, I'll get my egg started. You already heard me saying things about how I cannot have my ramen bowl without eggs, and so we do need to have our egg ready by the time my noodles are boiled, because my broth is already ready. So I'm going to add a little bit of olive oil, not too much. I drop so that I can swirl my pan nicely, and I'm going to put it back in the pan, and I'm going to break an egg. You can boil soft boiled eggs are fabulous, but I am a little lazy and I forgot to soft boil the eggs, and I'm going to put it on simmer and let it set. I might top it up with a bit of chili flakes and maybe a pinch of salt. That's about it. And my noodles are boiling. The noodles are almost done. I don't like them too much. The egg also looks almost done. Yes, just 30 seconds more for both the noodles and the egg to be done, and then there's just one step left, which is essentially assembling the ramen. I am going to use a flat kind of a bowl. That's what I kind of recommend to use, so that you can put the broth, then put your noodles in the center, and then kind of spread all your toppings on the side. So let's start assembling it. Okay, if you can come a little closer and show, so problems. Thank you. So I am shutting off both my noodles and my egg because they're kind of ready. I will start by pouring the broth that we made. And the ratio to broth, ratio of broth to noodles is something that I get asked again. Honestly, it's absolutely up to you, and also up to the fact that how strong is your broth. If your broth is really salty and spicy and stuff like that, you will need to go easy on broth. But if your broth is light, then you can go a little more on broth and work accordingly. I like my noodles really nice and soupy, so I have added a sufficient amount of broth. I'm going to take some noodles and drop them into it. If you can, make them pretty, but non-pretty is also fine. These are my vegetables. I'm using broccoli, bell peppers, and a little bit of lettuce. I have steamed the broccoli, but bell pepper and lettuce are of course raw. These go into it. Again, I mean, the idea is not to go crazy with the vegetables, but do provide a certain amount of nutrition. Some tofu, I'm not trying to go vegetarian here because my broth is chicken. So you can add any protein you want. I love prawns. I love pork. Those two especially work very well. Chicken is of course always an option if you want to, but it is not an option that I personally am very fond of. I'm not a very chicken person as such, but yes, feel free to have chicken if you want to. Then and all things ramen, my egg goes on top of it, and I'm going to finish it with a bit of chili oil. Chili oil is another condiment that I love to use in broths, in toppings. It just adds a beautiful dimension of flavor. It is not very difficult to make. You just need to cut your various kind of chilies, ginger, garlic, and maybe some spices like bay leaves and cinnamon. If you have Szechuan peppers, then Szechuan pepper, and pour hot oil onto it, really hot oil, and let it stand for a day, and you can have a beautiful chili oil ready. I'm also going to top this up with a little bit of sesame seeds. I have roasted them for about 2-3 minutes till they become slightly brown. Black sesame seeds also work fantastically well, so you can use them too. If you want really spicy food, I mean, my husband is going to probably eat this. I have something called crispy Thai chili flakes. These are essentially garlic and chili fried together. I am going to add a touch of that. If you don't have this, don't need to fret over it. It is absolutely fine without it too. And in the end, and I'm looking for my scissors again. In the end, where are my scissors? And I'm going to find my scissors. And yes, I finally found them. So these are some microgreens. Again, completely optional, but they make my dish look really, really pretty. And they also add a fantastic crunch to them. So I do like to use them. Doesn't it look pretty? So pretty. And now the only thing left to do is to eat this ramen bowl up. David Hun once said that when it comes to ramen, there's no need for conversation. There is no need to party. There is no need to socialize. All one does is go to a ramen counter, buy a ramen, stand in queue, buy a ramen, get it, and slurp it down in 4 minutes and leave. That is how focused Japanese are on ramen, and that is how much they love it. I hope you enjoyed watching this. I'm going to go live on Word on Plate Instagram handle right after this. So if you have any questions regarding ramen or regarding any other stuff, regarding what we cooked or generally of life and food, please catch me there. We will post the recipe online as well. And do not forget to donate to the World Hunger Warriors. They are on a mission to feed 1,000 people a day via their soup kitchens, which have been running constantly through COVID. And I'm personally very, very proud of it. Guys, so catch you in a little while in 5 minutes on their handle and let's chat.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
For those of you
Hi, Kiran. How are you?
lovely to see you.
Same here.
Met
It's
you
been a
were-
while. Yeah,
Last time we met was at Marco's dinner, and
correct.
you were at the front seat, and I was excited to see this brilliant, gorgeous-looking woman sitting in front. And thank you for coming and being a big supporter of World on a Plate. That recipe made me really hungry. And
I'm glad.
like I told you, I'm going to ask you. The first time you sent me the recipe, I said I want that.
Yeah, so I hope the situation in COVID gets a little better and we can indeed send food to each other and meet each other over food. I hope that happens sooner than later. So whenever that happens, we'll be really happy to share that.
Genie is available, so you can use. You can.
Yeah,
send it
I can. But I can certainly. Let's fix something up, Kiran. Yeah.
So lovely, so much energy. I love your. What dog do you have? Such,
I have a German Shepherd and Great Dane mix. So my mom likes to call him a mule because he's huge, and you would have probably seen him. Yeah, you would have heard him barking in the cooking session also a couple of times because there's nothing you can do about his barking.
I've got
Yeah.
two dogs. You might just hear him barking now anytime. So
Yeah.
And so of course we've said a hi and bye many times, but I really literally the first time. Why did you actually get into propagating food? Is it for the love of food? What is your story?
So, so I'm an ex-IT
And
engineer.
life,
Like,
because
yeah. So I'm an ex-IT engineer. While I was growing up, the best thing was to study engineering, become an engineer, earn money. That, I mean, I think for our generation of people while growing up in India, pretty much we had very few options. You become an engineer, become a doctor. Don't think at that time what else the career could be, right? I mean, that's what your parents push you. And then as and when I was growing up, when I was studying, I mean, I always liked food and kind of enjoyed in it. And then somewhere about 10, 12 years ago, I had done about 12 years in IT, was substantially established, earning a nice income, and got married. Baby happened. There was too much of pressure. I had a team in Australia. I had a team in US. I was working out of India. And that was just crazy days. I mean, I just couldn't sleep. And whatever time I could get to sleep, my baby would keep it up. He was all of 4 months or 5 months at that, 6 months at that time. And he would keep me up. And then there was also a bit of recession going around in the market at that time. So I decided I'll take a 3 month break from IT. That is how it started, Kiran, honestly. And I had not planned to jump into food full time. I thought maybe I'll just take a 3 month break, cook, do a couple of courses here and there. I did a baking course and I started my journey as a home baker. When I was doing a baking course, I was experimenting so much, and my family was like, "How much desserts can we eat?" So I started making for friends and kind of selling those things. And then on the way, when we were doing, a few cafes happened who wanted me to supply to them, and that is how the journey started. And some point of time, I realized I do enjoy working with food a lot, and probably more than I enjoy working in IT. So then I took it seriously. I did a couple of courses, Harvard online, on science of cooking, and went basically deep dive into it. And that from there on, the consulting picked up, and that's now been about 7, 8 years. Currently, I'm actually heading the culinary for a company called Live Alt Life, and we are into solutions for lifestyle diseases. We provide holistic solutions for obesity, diabetes. And when I mean holistic solutions, I mean end-to-end solutions. We have a very precision nutrition-based solution where we provide all meals. We have doctors on board. We have physiotherapists on board. We have uh, uh, instructors on board, yoga, meditation, everything. So I head the culinary there. So that's what I do currently. It's been quite some journey.
found a good solution in terms of food for COVID.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we have an excellent solution, COVID proof. We think it is running in the kitchen. We have stuff. So we have been supplying food to our customers all through COVID, apart from those 10 days of severe lockdown, when 15 days of severe lockdown when the government kind of shut even the deliveries in Bangalore. So those 15 first lockdown, essentially. Apart from that, our kitchen has been operational because we are not dine-in. We are only touch point. We are only supplying. So, but it's been hard. It's not been easy. COVID has been hard for any food industry
Talking
thing.
about,
Yeah.
talking about the situation, the whole idea of bringing world in a big life is, of course, the biggest one is charity. But beyond
Yep.
that, the idea of hope, because our industry is affected the most. This question I'm asking everyone, because everybody comes out of a different idea and ability to answer those questions in different ways, right? And of course, their own personal, understanding.
Yep.
And they're living in this pandemic and how they're dealing with it, and how are we going to come out of this? What is your take on this? And then I'm sure we
I
can.
think
Yeah.
I think I'm a very optimistic person by thing. I do not like to believe in doomsday theories, and I strongly believe that we will come out of it. Of course, it's hard times for humanity in general and food industry in particular. I have lots of friends, chefs, restaurateurs all over who are struggling, places shutting down because, I mean, as much as we would like to believe, takeaway is not always a solution, right? I mean, we are building solutions for it, but essentially in India, eating out is a very social activity, and social activities are all kind of at halt right now. But I also believe that the industry is in these times going to rediscover itself, redefine itself. We do see a lot of already existing large players coming into takeaway delivery models, and not just delivering simple food, but delivering experiences, right? I mean, we have brunch setups at home. We could do candlelight dinners at home, and there are places who are willing to set that up for you, and so there will be hope at the end of the run. And COVID will eventually go away. I mean, I hope it has to go away, right? It can't last for it. Yeah.
I think it will. I'm
Yeah.
confident about its absolute positivity of humanity, which can actually thrash it. I feel we'll be over it in the next few months, and
Yeah.
I'm confident that we go through this. So I must say thank you so much for spending time with us, and you're giving your time, contributing for this cause, and we had a lovely time coming into your kitchen. That is the best part. I'm able to see your kitchen on
Pleasure was mine, Kiran. I'm
online.
whatever.
It was a beautiful recipe from the heart, and we're gonna catch you soon. Hopefully, I'm able to catch up with you, on a
Yep.
one-on-one
Yep.
basis very soon. Thanks to as soon as this is over.
As soon as the situation gets better,
I
yes.
want to hopefully, I don't know if is there anyone you're looking forward to. You've seen the list of chefs, and you've always been part of World.
I'm looking forward to. We have been catching. Me and my son have been catching every episode of MasterChef Australia this season, because I don't know whether you have caught or not. How many people here know? My son is 12-year-old and he loves cooking. He can put together a complete meal by himself. He's actually baking a cake in my oven right now as we speak. So he's been a big fan of Simon. So we are both.
Do you know that Job Johnson Freeler is having a conversation with us at 2:30 tomorrow? So
Correct. So yeah. So really both of us are really looking forward to the session with Simon. So that is something we are looking forward to.
No.
Of course, the whole lineup is great.
Yeah, Simon is cooking on Friday, but
Correct.
Job is the judge.
Jock. I know. Oh, you're having a conversation with him on 2:30 tomorrow?
Yes, yeah.
I think I missed that. Okay, I'll catch on to that as well. I'll catch on to that as well.
Catching up with you. See, your doggy is calling you.
Yes, he's calling me. Okay, guys.
Take care.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
Monica, that was such a beautiful recipe. I think Indians, I must say that ramen is one or maybe their favorite dish. It's eaten around the country. Hope you guys enjoyed cooking this recipe with Monica, and we really enjoyed seeing it, and I was excited to see many people talking about it. Now going back to what you're gonna do this weekend, special weekend, DIY kits of some of the top chefs of the country. Ranveer Brar, Saranj Goyla, Vicky Ratnani, Colibri Jimenez from Mexico, Simon Tui from the MasterChef Australia Kitchen. All these guys are creating special DIY kits. World on a Plate has gone ahead and done DIY kits for you guys to make your life more easier. All you need to do, go to the website, order the DIY kit through Swiggy or Genie, and you'll have it home just in time for you to start cooking. So the weekend, make sure that you take time for it, because I don't know when we're going to do the next World on a Plate live. So that is something which you cannot miss. Of course, make sure that once you cook, take a picture, hashtag WOAP goes live on Instagram or on Twitter or on Facebook. Put your dish out there, share it to the world. You never know, one lucky winner will be able to take home an air fryer. So guys, special weekend, make sure you are doing exciting cooking, feeding your friends, your family. Many of your friends and family must have got bored of your cooking. So this is your chance. So talking about World on a Plate, we've been talking about season 1, and I just can't get over the fact that we can't have a physical event this year. I'm sure in 2021 we're going to have an exciting, euphoric event coming back. But I'm thinking of the things which happened in World on a Plate season 1. More than 300 kids landed up on day 1 of the charity cook-off, which we started off with. Like we always said, that we want to start everything with a bit of charity. The 3 chefs cooked excellent dishes like dosa. They tried their hands on dishes like the dosa, like the idlis, the vadas, which they cooked, and it was exciting to see many kids enjoy themselves. Many fans of MasterChef Australia come and experience the special day. 9 a.m. I haven't seen so many people land up, and that was exciting for us. The press conference was oversold, oversubscribed. Typically, never you have press coming in late, but they were on time because we were doing something special. Every single chef did their signature dish, and who would want to miss that? And that's why the press was there as well. And of course, the tete-a-tetes were sold out. The UB City Amphitheatre, which holds 1,000 people, had overflowing people, and the scenes were spectacular. The pop-ups, the first time ever we did chef pop-up. While we saw George Gary Mack cook in the MasterChef kitchen, showing demos, we wanted the consumer of Bangalore to experience these meals, and that's what we did. And these were special things which World on a Plate brought to the city of Bangalore and the country. And so we hopefully we bring back the glory, going back on the ground, bringing you some great experiences next year. But right now, here's what's going to happen. The speciality of World on a Plate also was the awards. The restaurants of the city, the top restaurants, came together, put up their best signature dishes in front of the judges, and they were judged. And this made it very special because the first time ever these chefs got a chance to put these dishes in front of such well-known world-class judges. And the winner was Whitefield Bar and Grill, the Marriott, the married group, and they were spectacular, and it was such a beautiful thing to see. However, this time, though we're going to go live, we have a special section of awards. In these trying times, the restaurants are reinventing themselves. The delivery system is just growing. So you can, like I said, chance for you to go and order from the top 30 restaurants of the country. Make sure that you spend your money on these restaurants, because they're trying hard to survive. They're trying hard to serve you. Once the pandemic is gone, they'll be excited to serve you, have you come back to them. So that's what's going to happen. The awards, the winners, the gold, silver and bronze are going to be the top grossing restaurants on Swiggy for these special awards. So make sure that you watch for them, go back to them. Of course, without taking too much time, I'm going to introduce my next and the last chef. Last but not the least of the day, rather the most special one for us. She is an ex-Cordon Bleu. She's also, a lot of people call her the Nigella of Indian cooking, and she's gorgeous. She's also one of our very, very close friends. Always been supportive of the World on a Plate, the concept, the charity work which we do, and she's been part of many charity cook-offs. And Rakhi Vaswani is the name I'm talking about. She's gonna make something special with apple and cinnamon, and I'm sure all the bakers are waiting to hear the recipe and cook along with you. So that's Rakhi Vaswani for you. Looking forward to see what she does, and I'm gonna have a chat on the other side. Until then, I just want you guys to know that every one of y'all have to go back and do your bit of giving back. The charity, the World Hunger Warriors, is all about, are going to feed every single people in the city. Like, they're trying their best for the last 100 days to feed these people. So I'm going to see you on the other side, and until then, have a great evening cooking along, and we see you there.
Hi guys, I'm Chef Rakhi Vaswani, and I'm super excited to get connected with World on a Plate. World on a Plate goes online, and I think it's really brilliant to bring together so many people and do this amazing cause. I think it's priceless. So guys, at Palette Colony Academy, I'm Chef Rakhi Vaswani, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you with your friends and family. You can join me, you can cook along, you can bake along with me, and yes, you guessed it right, I'm going to do a lovely baking recipe, and you can do this with me. So get your ingredients together, you get a lovely downloadable recipe, and let's get baking. So what I'm making today is an apple cinnamon crumble cake. Yeah. So first of all, I'm using these amazing apples, and what I need to do is just kind of peel them. So we're gonna start with just peeling the apples, and I have some fancy gadgets with me. Yeah, they're really simple and easy in the class. तो सबसे पहले इसे हम peel करते हैं. So I'm going to just peel my apples. They've been washed, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to chop them. And what I need to do is first make the filling for the apple, and then we're going to do the recipes in 2 to 3 stages. So the first one is my apple, my core ingredient, and helps me bring everything together. So we're just going to do a very simple recipe, but yes, apples tend to get black, so just going to peel them, chop them, and put them into an amazing lemon juice so that they don't become black while we make our cake. Yeah. So all these are ingredients that you're supposed to get into the market, and really you don't need to worry about that. Let me do the next one. Yeah. So all I'm doing is I'm actually peeling my apple. So I'm just going to quickly peel my apple, and that apples tend to get black while I make my cake batter. I'm going to peel it, chop it, and then soak it in a little bit of lemon juice and it'll stay fine. Yes, that is a kitchen tip. I mean, it's something I'm sure you already know, but ठीक है, share कर रही हूँ तो I'm sure you will appreciate that. तो so there you go, my 2 apples are done. And this peeler is really nice, yeah. So yeah, you can DM me later and I can send you details for this. It's a very pretty looking one, easily available online. So now comes the part where we're going to chop all of it. I'm going to get rid of all this peels. And you know, baking is such a therapeutic thing, you know, it brings the family together, it makes you come together. It's really, really important to do things like these together with your family. So all I'm going to do is, if you have a corer, you could have easily removed the core. I do have it, but I didn't want to go all fancy on you guys. So I just wanted to, you know, do something simple. Yeah, I'm just going to get rid of that. And all I need is nice cuts on my apple. Yeah, because we're going to cook it into a sauce. First a filling and then a nice sauce that goes into the cake. Yeah, so in goes my apple. I'm gonna cut a few more and then just add some lime juice to that. Yeah, getting rid of that. I hope you've already started doing this with me. There is no speed required for this one. Literally, if you have the recipe earlier, you could have just chopped your apples, थोड़ा lime juice डाल के आप रख सकते हो, right? I just need random cuts. I really don't need very small, very big. But yes, it's going to go on top on the crumble. तो ज़्यादा बड़ा नहीं रखना है, yeah? And get rid of all of this, yeah? So there you go. Now you see in a minute or two my apples will start turning black. So that's the tip for you. What I'm going to do is just add some lemon juice there. Can I have some lemon juice, please? Thank you. Thank you. So yes, I have some bottled one here. So here you go. I have this one apple already chopped. So a little bit of water because I want to use it later, and a little bit of lime juice. You can use fresh also, but I'm just kind of, you know, cutting corners a little over here. And then my apples are not going to go black, yeah? So that's a quick tip, guys. So guys, now that my apple is aside, I'm going to start making a filling. Now the filling I'm going to do in 2 parts. I'm going to start with butter and sugar, a little bit of corn flour, some apples. Cinnamon goes beautifully when that's the part of the cake. You can add some walnuts, cranberries, prunes, whatever you like, even raisins, okay? So let's get started. I'm going to start with a little bit of butter, a little bit of sugar, and I want to strain out the apple now. So I'm just going to strain out the apple, as you can see. And you need to do that, and you can see apples काले नहीं हुए हैं. I've strained them out, and I need them to cook here slightly. I'm going to add 1 spoon of corn flour to that because I want that filling to, you know, kind of bind together. And then a lovely generous hint of cinnamon डालेंगे इसमें हम. Yeah. There's some going to go in the cake also. And बस इसको cook करेंगे हम. So I want this to dry out. जितना moisture है वो सूख जाना चाहिए. I want that to really dry out completely. And I want the apple to slightly sweeten up, caramelize. I'm already getting an amazing aroma, which is great. So for the crumble, I need them to be really nice and dry. I'm going to make the crumble. I'm going to show you how to do that. You have the recipe. But a little bit, I want it to be soft and pulpy like a puree. So after that's cooked, थोड़ा मैं निकाल के रख दूँगी side में, and I'm going to cook the remaining when it becomes nice and softer. So you can see my moisture is all kind of dried up over here, as you can see. Yeah. So, but I want to just quickly cook it a little more and get that little color. It's a lovely recipe, but yes, there are 3-4 parts to it. So the best part what you would do is, like, I know World on a Plate has done this amazing concept and bringing it all over India online. So you can do this on a Sunday with your children, with your wife, your spouse, you know, with your friends and family. So just make this baking a lovely experience, and it's all for a good cause. It's all for charity. So guys, do your best. Okay, now that's ready. At this stage, I'm going to remove some of it, and I have used salted butter, so that should be not a problem. So I'm going to remove most part of it, and this remaining that I want to add a little more water to this and cook it and soften it a little more. So I want that to become like a puree kind of thing. So I just want to cook that a little more. So once it softens, and if you have a lid, you can just cover this with a lid, you know, and it's just going to get softened. So we're just going to, or you could just put that into a blender slightly and mash it. Whatever is convenient for you, it's absolutely fine. So guys, now I'm mashing it a little. As you can see, it has to dry up, it has to become like a puree, but I'm just mashing it up. I'm going to get the camera a little closer, but guys, once I finish this one, when I'm making the cake, I'm going to get the camera a little closer so that you guys can make a fantastic recipe too. So all you need to do is like get it like a puree. You could have done it separately, grated this and cooked out, but you know what, that's too much of an effort and I didn't want to do that. So it's literally, that's the filling, and then this is the mash bit that can go in to the cake to give that lovely flavor. Both are going into the cake, but they're both going in different stages. I'm going to switch that off, guys, and I'm done with this. Did you know that World on a Plate, you know, has fed over 90, sorry, say that again.
World Hunger Warriors are over half.
But you can't now. You have to cut. So guys, do you know that World on a Plate are also known as the Hunger Warriors, and they have fed in almost 500,000 over 90 days. Guys, it's time for us to contribute to the same cause and get together and do our best for it, okay? So here you go. The filling is ready. I'm going to get that out, and now I'm going to move on to my cake. So we have 2 more elements to do. We have to make our cake batter and we have to do a crumble. So the crumble is going to be a mixture of flour, maida lenge, shakar lenge, brown sugar I'm taking, chilled butter. It's a 1:2 ratio. So if your flour is 100, your butter has to be half of that chilled. And we're going to crumble it together with our fingertips. I'm going to show you everything. I hope you're doing this with me, and trust me, the end of it, you're going to get this lovely, gorgeous looking cake for your day. You're going to love that. The family's going to love that. Okay, so we're going to make our crumble, bring the sugar together, add this apple to it, add the walnuts, add the cranberries, and it's going to be one gorgeous thing. So the idea is to make your cake batter, add the puree to that to give that flavor, put it into our grease line tin, and then put the crumble on top and kind of just swirl it into. So you'll get these little crunchy bits, the crumble on top, inside, and it's one gorgeous looking cake. It's one gorgeous tasting cake also. So yeah, I'm going to get that filling out and we're going to move on to our next stage. Yeah, so I'm getting that out into a bowl so it can go into my cake, and I'm going to clear this up, and then we're going to start with our cake batter. Okay, so I hope you've done this up till now, and trust me, it's a very simple cake. And at any given point of time, if you don't want to use caster sugar, you can feel free to use a good sugar or a coconut sugar which is low in glycemic index. तो आप वो भी use कर सकते हैं. You can do that, yeah. But baking is a science, remember, and your measurements have to be to the T. So for that, you'll have to follow me to the rest of the video. All right. So I'm just going to clear this and come back with you in a minute. So guys, now I'm going to make my crumble, for which I'm taking 75 grams of flour. Alright, and to this you need to add chilled butter. Ye thanda baraf hai, sorry, it's not baraf, it's chilled butter. So I'm taking 50 grams of that because it's always a 1:2 ratio. यहाँ पे हम crumble बना रहे हैं 75 of maida and 25 I'm going to add oats, but that's going to go later. So that's 100 part is your flour, that's one part. Half of that will be 50. Yeah, so I'm going to take chilled butter, and this is one easy thing to do, and you can put this over anything you like. All I have to do is with my fingertips just rub the butter into it. So I'm going to bring the camera closer now so you can see this action really well. Okay, and you can see I'm rubbing the butter into the flour, and it's all just going to mix in. Very important, guys. This is a crumble, and it's a beautiful part of and a very integral part of many desserts and things. Okay, so either you bake it separately or you just bake it along, and it becomes wonderful. So now if you see, this is resembling, it's all mixed in, yeah, and see how the colors change. So time to put in my oats. I'm going to put in 25 grams, that's 1 tablespoon, 2 tablespoons and half a teaspoon, and I'm going to mix that. Can you see that? And now time to add in your brown sugar again to this also, but not to forget I've added some sugar into the apple. So very little of the sugar. Yeah, I don't want the cake to be extremely sweet. I want a pinch of baking powder there. And now I'm going to add some walnuts to that. Okay, those are chopped walnuts. Gonna look lovely. And I'm just going to add some nice sweetened cranberries for that beautiful color and texture. You could even do raisins if you like. Now again, give that a good mix, and that's your crumble ready. But now I want to make an apple crumble, right? So there you go. I'm going to add my apple to this now. Yeah, and yes, it is a little bit wet, but when it mixes the whole thing together, you're going to have this beautiful texture coming onto your cake, and it's going to make it look gorgeous. Now, in case you've not add all the apple to this, what you could do is keep this crumble into a Ziploc bag and in a fridge or a freezer, and it stays up to a month. It wouldn't get spoiled. Okay, so just mix that. I'm just going to mix this, wash my hands, because you can see I've done all of that work. You know, it's beautiful to get your hands into it. It kind of brings in a lot of love and passion. So yeah, now I'm getting back the camera since you've seen this. And since you've seen this, this is going to look lovely over my cake. When it bakes, it's going to give me those nice crunchy bits. So as you can see, I've got this nice crumble. Yes, it's looking a little wettish, but that's absolutely fine. When it bakes, it's going to crisp up really beautifully at ends. Some places it's going to go in the cake, and some places it's going to be on top. So when it bakes, it's going to be really nice and beautiful. So keeping this aside, going to clean up a little, and then we'll start our cake batter. And that's it. After that, the cake has to bake. A little drizzle is what we're going to make. We are making a very gorgeous cake. Guys, we're doing it for a good cause, so we all need to really do our best. So I hope आप ये सब कर रहे हैं मेरे साथ. World on a plate. Thank you so much. You know what? I'm feeling really excited for doing all of this together. Really feel that I'm contributing to the world now. So I'm just going to clean up, and I'll see you soon. Okay guys, so now time to make your cake. The best part. This is the mother, the base, right? So अब हम बना रहे हैं cake. सबसे पहले I'm going to take butter. That's 150 grams of butter. The recipe, of course, I've given it to you, and you know that. So I'm starting with my butter, and I need to start creaming the butter and caster sugar. Okay. So it's a simple recipe like a pound cake where it's a 1:1:1 ratio. So whatever the quantity you use, I'm going to use this right here, like that, and fix it. Start beating. So what we're doing right now is creaming our butter and sugar. You can use a hand heater. I just got this new, sometimes it's easier to work on a machine because then I can talk to you, discuss things with you. So in case you remember, we got our crumble ready, which is going to go over the cake. this is that part of the apple mixture which is going to go in the cake for the flavor. So it's an apple cake, cinnamon hai, apple hai, so flavor to chahiye hi chahiye. So what I'm doing is I'm creaming the butter and the sugar. Your butter is not extremely cold. When it is cold, I weighed it out, and now it's come down to a slightly room temperature. So it's supposed to cream very well. So let's increase the speed and beat that. And if you want to see this action closer, I'm going to get the camera closer. And it's just going to become nice and creamy mix, and then next goes in our eggs one at a time. That looks beautiful. So as you can see, this looks like a nice creamy mess. Yes, I like that. So it looks really nice and creamy and fluffy. Okay, so that's creamed in well. Let me show you. I'm just gonna lift that. You can see, just going to use my spatula into it, and you can see that's creamed well. So butter and sugar is creamed in, and you can use a hand beater, guys, for this. It's just that for me it's easier to keep my hands free, and then I can do all the exploration with it. At this stage, I'm going to add in eggs one at a time. So first egg going in, but remember it's a heavy cream mixture. So when you're putting in your eggs, you've got to put in a spoonful of the flour that's measured here. Okay, so that it stabilizes, alright. And at this point of time, I want to put in my vanilla extract as well. I like to use extract. If you don't have it, you can use a pod as well, or an essence, but I prefer to use an extract. Yeah, and then we're going to start beating. So it's one egg at a time and 1 spoon of the flour, little by little alternating, so that your mixture doesn't curdle. Okay, and let's start. Once that's mixed in, I'm going to add my next egg as well. Just want that all to come together. Time to put in your second egg as well. But remember, 1 spoon of flour so that it doesn't curdle. And it's okay to put an extra flour as well. So the egg always goes one at a time, it never goes together. Then I'm bringing it all together, and time to put in my last egg. And again, a spoon of flour. So guys, now time to add in my baking powder. So it's going to be a heaped tablespoon, that's 1/4 obviously. Always take a heap and level it. So this recipe calls for 1/4 and 1/8. Okay, and cinnamon, the main hero of my recipe. So I'm going to go in, say, teaspoon of my cinnamon. All the flavor coming in. That's the main flavor. So in goes my cinnamon. And that should do the trick. And I just want to mix that properly. So the baking powder. Now all the flour, the remaining flour, remember the flour that I was putting in while I was adding my egg was from this only, which was weighed out. Baking is a science. So you literally can't do anything अंदाज़ा, ये सारा weighed out है और वो ही हम use कर रहे हैं. Okay, so guys, I'm really super excited now. You remember all the proceeds of charity go towards all this, the proceeds go towards charity. So guys, all you have to do is just hit that donate button. Come on, do your bit as we are doing our bit. We are all in it together. This pandemic has really caused a lot of havoc in many people's lives, and here's a good cause, guys. So let's go ahead and do that. Contribute to a good cause. And now remember this, it's literally a tablespoon and a half of that apple puree that I have. I'm going to add that at this stage, and all I have to do is just make it come together. Now if I feel I need some milk to make the batter into a consistency, I'm going to add that. But first, I'm just going to start beating all of it together. So if you feel your mixture is not coming together, just lift it up, bring it all into the center, and then let's just go for it, yeah? So you want to see it up close here. Everything's just come together, as you can see, slowly. And I do need a little bit of milk, so I'm just going to add that's 1 tablespoon of milk, and then the other. And I think my batter is all ready to come together. There you go. And that's it. Time to get it out. And give that a nice mix with your spatula and put it into the tin. Okay, so I'm just going to move my machine to the side so you get a clear view of this. Get it all out using my spatula, because all that good tasty yummy bit is something I need. I don't need to let go of this. It's chhodna nahi. And you can see the consistency is a very nice consistency. Yeah? So just a good mix. Yeah, that's mixed really well. And I've got some nice apple pieces into it also. I'm just going to show you this, as you can see. Let me give that a nice smell. Get that amazing hint of cinnamon, and it's beautiful. Remember, the crumble also has that cinnamon smell, and it's really gorgeous. So this is the consistency and the texture you're looking for, guys. And now it goes into a grease line tip. Okay? You can do this in a 6 or a 7-inch round loaf tin, or you have a beautiful bundt mold. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do it in a nice loaf tin. I'm going to share the measurements with you, and this is going to bake into the oven. So remember, your batter is here, your crumble is here. We've added a little bit of apple puree, but a little bit of this is going to go on top, and it's going to have that nice rustic feel. So some of it will be dunked in with a toothpick, the other bit will be on top, and it's going to bake for a good 35 to 40 minutes. And it's going to be gorgeous, right? So I'm super excited, and I hope you guys have reached to this stage. Now's the time to put it into the tin. Okay? So here we go. I'm going to clear out a little bit so that you have a clearer view. So these sari cheeses, I'm just going to move over that little vanilla left, which I don't want to waste. I'm just going to put that in the bowl. Okay, now here's the bit about greasing the tin. A little clean. Always keep your workstation clean. Sometimes in the videos it gets a little difficult, and I for one needs to wash my hands many times. So here's my tin. Now very easy how to measure. You get these loaf tins in the market. You even get bake proof ones. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But it's deep. It gets wider up. So it's a 7-inch loaf tin, and it's say 2.5 inches from here. And it has a 2-inch height. Now, you need to generously, these are bake proof tins, aluminum ones, whatever you get, generously put oil, very, very important. And on all the sides, guys. And then, put a layer of butter paper. So this butter paper, what I've cut is just the bottom bit, because I don't want it to go into the sides, okay? So you want to place that in as well. Okay? And then, a layer on top. So that's how greased your tin has to be, so that your cake comes out really, really clean. So you can see that. So you've got and you don't need to use butter for this, just use oil and you're good to go. Okay, so it's just down. I don't like to go on the sides because then it cuts into the cake, okay? And now it's time to pour in our batter. Okay, so you can, if you want, put it into a piping bag and then pour it. But what I'm doing is just going natural and straight in. Yeah, and spread it out. So my loaf tin is big, so I need that much, guys. Else if you're doing a smaller one, you could do a smaller recipe as well. So that's a beautiful apple cinnamon crumble cake. It's lovely as a tea time cake. It's lovely as a centerpiece, and I'm super excited, for this one to come out. Now's the fun part. So this is the part where you were bearing with me and doing so many stages of the cake. So you'll see the fun part is where we put in our crumble. This is a very different kind. It's kind of a mix between a crumble and a streusel, so yeah. But it's a lovely recipe. You're gonna love it. Getting all of it. I don't want any of it to be left over. There you go. Smoothen that out. And now we're gonna add in our crumble. So please watch this part really carefully. Maybe a toothpick, then I'm going to use a toothpick as well. So this is the part where you're going to put in your crumble, your streusel, whatever you call it. Have a look. All of it is now going to go into this. Sure. So if you can see this. Now's the part where I want to go some of it to be in, dunked in, and some of it to be up. So just generously like this. And the ones that are up is just going to go crispy and nice, and it will really become gorgeous. Can you see that? So just dunking a little bit of in, and it will all bake together. So probably a little more. And you can do these in little muffin tins also, yeah? So please be as innovative as you want, You could just make muffins out of it also. So you could do apple cinnamon crumble muffins. Wow, amazing. I think that sounds good, sounds exciting. I'm really excited for this one. We've got some oats going on. So you see I've used almost all of it, and I think that should do the trick. No more than this. And let's get baking. So guys, this one's going to bake in a preheated oven. I'm using a convection oven. It's very important. Convection oven is really important. It gives you that even heat rating, but you can use an OTG as well. Now this is going to bake at 170, 160, 170. If you have an Indian oven, then 160. 160, 170 for a good 35 to 45 minutes till a toothpick inserted in the center comes out clean, right? So it goes for baking, and I'm going to see you after that's done baking. So guys, I'm baking that into a preheated oven, and I'm going to show you a bit in a while how it's going to look. While that's baking, we can quickly make our dressing, the drizzle that I want on top. That's going to be amazing. So I'm going to make that. But this is going to take a while, so I'm going to see you around. And I hope you caught on to this much of it, yeah?
फिर 2 कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
Namaste. So I'm Neeta Singh, co-founder of Total Yoga, and I love cooking and feeding people. So here, World on a Plate goes live as we all are in this lockdown, learning so many things, especially taking care of health. And with health comes healthy living, and with healthy living comes healthy food. So today I'm going to teach you all about vegan food. As you know, in vegan, it's very important not to eat any dairy product. That means, of course, no non-veg. And this white color thing is tofu. So tofu cutlet without frying in Philips air fryer. When I got to know about this, it was so much magic because once I tried falafel. And in this, it turned out so crispy and similar kind of taste to what you get in frying stuff. So I thought, let me make this with the sauté vegetable. It will be perfect for your dinner. So without further delay, let's start. This I have steamed sweet potato, mashed it, and now we are going to put some tofu. Tofu is also going to be mashed in this. And as you know, using hand really helps in taste, checking the temperature. That's why as Indian we should be proud using our fingers and hand. Same time in yoga we believe all the fingers has energy and it helps in digestion. So here I have cleaned my hand, sanitized my hand. And we have other things also. I'm going to show you what we are going to mix in this. Now always finding good tofu is also very important. And nowadays in India also you get good tofu. Always squeeze the water from the tofu, otherwise it can become watery and then very difficult to make it. Now for this mixing and putting what kind of spice to make it tasty, I have thought about as sweet potato has really good texture to bind it. That's why I thought about sweet potato. And it has sweetness, lots of fiber, and same time carb also. And our tofu has protein. A protein which is easy to digest. Yes, for some people it's different, but mostly it's easy to digest. Now, still you can see to bind it, we are going to use another ingredient. Let me see how the salt is and how much salt I require. I'm using Himalayan pink salt, which mostly at home we use this. And this salt is very different than other salt. Now I have little chickpeas powder, and this is in Indian kitchen very easily available anywhere actually. So this also will help me to bind it better. Here goes spring onion. Now you're seeing how the color is changing. And parsley. Now this parsley I am going to use in my sauté vegetables also. Till now it's going good. I can see the binding will be not that difficult. Same time, you can use any other vegetables also with this. If you like potato better than sweet potato, you can. But I find, I mean, frankly speaking, for my taste, but I love sweet potato because of the texture and the sweetness. Let's see now how's the taste. Salt is better. And this is cumin powder. I have roasted it a little bit for aroma to come more. You can put a teaspoon. So almost this is ready. I'm going to last time taste the salt and then start making the cutlet. For me, it's very important what I eat. It should do two functions. But food is not only taste for me. It should give you energy, and second thing, it should be easy to digest. As nowadays, especially in lockdown, physical activity is not much for everybody. So we should eat light. You can see it's much better now. Now the final thing I have added, yes, I need to add some lime. So I have removed the seeds. Let's see, always I check in my hand. So I squeeze it here. If any seed is left over, it will come out. Yeah, I can use my left, right, both the hands. If you tighten that, that will be great. So, yes. Now let's see how the taste is. I hope now it's perfect, salt and everything. I need a little more salt. And where is my salt? Here. Because Himalayan salt takes a little more extra, especially the rock salt which we are talking about. And if you like to put some garlic, crushed garlic, you can. Otherwise, without that also okay. Like I'm using spring onion. You can use ginger, garlic if you like, but I feel it for my taste. I don't like too much ginger garlic if it doesn't require. I think now we are almost ready with this to make it. Perfect. But still, some people like, I love less salt, but I know some people love it. A little bit more salt. Almost ready to start doing it, rolling it. And anyway, when you're going to eat with the sauce, you can have imli sauce, ketchup, whatever you like, Tabasco, because that's not a problem for vegan people. So see, it's perfect, right? So easy. And very good for the dinner time. You can use this as a starter also for your party. So many ways to see. It's the best way. Now, what is the beauty about this? I'm going to put some sesame seed. Now how? First let's keep it here. Let's make it and put it everything together. So I'm just going to make, let's say, 6 or 8 in one time, how many ever goes. And again, you can make any shape. It's up to you. And we'll use for air fryer because if you know everything is almost cooked. So we'll be using for 15 to max 20 minutes to get the color, to get the crisp. And see, it's not sticky also. So nicely came out, right? Yeah, we have a guest also called Rudra. She's also going to enjoy. And she loves food. You all know. All the labs love food. And she's the youngest one at home, so little pampered. More than other two. So whenever I'm rolling, also if I'm finding it little bit, few things are here and there, I just mix it properly. You can see, but so nice the color has come. I'm just waiting for the crisp when I put it in the air fryer. And it doesn't take so much time. Like you can, afternoon you have time, or morning if you're preparing for the evening, you can boil the sweet potato and keep it ready. So then it's just, you saw me, how quickly it was done. So you make round, and then you flatten it, or you like to give the shape of sausage. If some people miss their non-veg, you can do like that. So any shape. It's done, so I'm leaving this much, okay? So let's begin here. Now, as I said, we are going to put sesame seeds, remember? So I'm going to sprinkle it. You can put it whichever way you like. If you don't like sesame seeds, no fuss. You don't need to. But I like my things for eyes also to look good. And sesame has an amazing strong flavor. Some people like, some people don't. So let's put it. Before that, we need to put some oil. So I take my bowl. You know, you can do this with the ghee also. And I'm today using olive oil. And remember, World on a Plate, this especially live is all about feeding people, and it's going for a charity called World Hunger Warrior. So come forward and do some for the society to help them come out with all this what is going on around this world. So let's do this. Now here we take this out. So you can see my net is already, I fixed it. And now I'm going to put this. You can see how nicely it has come out, right? Don't worry, I'm going to put on the top also sesame seeds. Not bad, I did a good job. One left. Now let's put first oil. Oil it. If you feel you don't need this much, also don't. I like to be a little bit. But you can see how much is going right. Of course, it's any day very different from the deep frying. And here goes my sesame seeds on the top. So this looks so good. Now it's going to go in. It's very easy to do it. Now, temperature I have set it to 100 and let's say 80. And timer, let's put, as I said, 18 minutes. So 18, 180, 18. And now, time is for sauteed vegetable. Now, this let's get ready. Let's move it. So, we have garlic and parsley in this. Garlic and parsley. I'm going to put this olive oil. See how in your kitchen everything can be used. You don't need to go crazy about anything. And I just mash it a little bit. Now see my technique, what I'm going to do here. So I feel olive oil is good to eat little raw. That is not cooked. So what does it do? It's get a good flavor of garlic and parsley mixed together. That's why I crushed it together. Now let's do this. For sauteing you need high flame, right? Saute means all about crispy vegetable coming out and not overcooked. Very important. So now see my technique. It'll get hot little. I need to increase the temperature more, 20. I'll put oil also later when I feel the pan is hot, and immediately I put my vegetables. I'm not going to use whole vegetable. This has red bell pepper, yellow bell pepper, zucchini, carrot, and you can't see it, but there is mushrooms. So these are the vegetables. You can use baby corn, broccoli, cauliflower, any other vegetable. But these vegetables are easy and quick to cook. And same time, as I said, I love colors. So playing with the colors. Yes, now I will do immediately. So if you see how I put the oil, I know it's an electric one, so I need to be careful. Now, as I use my hand more, yes, it's ready. I have to distribute all this color properly. Yeah, my sauteed vegetable is very different than what we have seen. And if you see, I haven't put salt in it right now. The magic is coming still. And always I believe in, don't worry, I remember my recipe, I believe always in the fragrance. So I always cover my things, especially garlic, parsley, all the herbs, because that's very important to keep the flavor. Yeah, I could done this in Philips air fryer also, by the way. But I need to save time and I have limited time to teach you guys. So remember, it can be. Air fryer is like everything, you can do it. Usually, next time whenever I get a chance, in this you can make pizza also. Yeah, it's a secret thing, but yes. Something amazing Philips has done with this, getting us air fryer. And especially when you make anything, it comes out so crisp and nice without oil. As Indian families, they love in the weather to have crispy pakoras. You can do your pakoras, samosa, anything. And don't go with my name, you saying doesn't mean Punjabi and I eat so much samosa. No. You're thinking when I'm going to put salt. Now almost, because the main thing is if you put the salt in advance, what happens? Too much water comes out. And that's the reason I'm avoiding that, because I want the crispiness in my vegetables. And vegetable has its own salt, by the way, its own flavor. That's what I believe in. You can see how beautiful it looks till now. It's just a small technique. Everybody has its own, but that's how I do it. And I love my vegetable not overcooked. You're thinking about when these will go, it will go in for it. Now I will reduce it. And now I will put salt. Very little, as I say, Himalayan salt, little. But if you are proper, you eat salt, you have to put a little more, because I don't eat too much salt, especially in my vegetable. I believe every vegetable has its own salt. Yeah, you're thinking about vegetable has salt? Yes, it does have salt. Dal has its own salt. Rice has its own salt. I mean to say it has its own flavor. So putting too much salt can destroy that. Let me increase it again. I'm almost ready with my vegetable. You can see how good color looks. And now this will go. Before that, let me show you my purple cabbage. Yes, this also goes. This is what I have done a special thing. I have put some lemon in it. That's why the color, if you see, it happens. Like looks like pickled onion kind of thing. Straight away. That's it I'll put, because anyway half vegetable I have used. What do you think about this? And the main ingredients that still have to come. Really looks nice, right? Yeah, your sauté vegetables will be very different than mine, what I'm making. You must be thinking, wow, that's so interesting. If you're not thinking it through. We are another 10 minutes for us. My sauté vegetable is before that's ready. It looks so yummy, right? It smells also yummy. And I'm going to off it in some time, a little more. Then I'll go. And off. And now I have a special one. So here I have flax seeds and different kind of sunflower seeds. I have roasted, by the way, and then kept it. And this will go where? In my vegetables. So let's set up this one for our vegetable and cutlet. Yeah, simple and so colorful. So this place I'll put my cutlet. We have some time in our cutlet, another I think 6 to 7 minutes will be done. And I have found one more thing, in between I can take it out and see how the color is coming out. So if I want, I think I need to increase the temperature. Make it 200, better. Because I need to make it red. Let me till that time try and see how it tastes. You know? So, the crisp vegetable, and it's not overcooked. Remember, it's very nutritious. And that's the reason you keep hearing about eat vegetables, your vegetables little raw. Same time, little raw helps for you to eat little more fiber. And as you see, Rudra is here, again back, because she can also smell the food. So now you know, it was just not the air, the smell is so good, especially with the parsley and the garlic. So remember, if you want to keep the taste very refreshing and the colors, 2-3 things. First, don't put the salt immediately in any vegetable. Later, once little cooked. And always, if you want to saute it, put in high flame. And next thing, I just put my sauce, not in starting. I did my garlic and parsley mixed together and put it in the end. And then mixed it for about 2 minutes and I was done. So that's how this vegetable is done. And now in the end, I'm going to garnish with the seeds, which I showed you. Flex seeds, sunflower seeds, and pumpkins. And that's how it's become more crunchier. And nuts has, as you know, for vegetarian people, they need lots of calcium and other kind of vitamins. All that comes from this flex seeds and sunflower, pumpkin, almond, walnut, all those things. That's why it's very important for everybody. Now let's check what's happening. Another 3 minutes, I think. And I think always when you do anything cooked, to do it or cutlet, it has to be 200 temperature, because that makes sense, I feel. After doing it, you learn your by yourself. Don't go too much on the books. Now it's getting done. So I think now we will be good in another 3 minutes. What else? So yeah, very basic. Doesn't require so much time. And let me remove all this from here so we have some space to do the plating with the cutlet. So I'm keeping on the seeds and all because I'm going to put the cutlet there itself. Yeah, I know, always waiting is the toughest thing, especially when food is just in front of you. Another few minutes, as my Rudra is also sitting down and waiting for one small bite to come down. And I will share with her for sure, because just the vegetable. And anyway, it doesn't have so much salt. So remember, you all to donate for World Hunger Warrior. It's an amazing cause what World on a Plate is doing, and they are associated with that. So come forward and do help. Do enjoy the online, different kind of different chefs are coming and cooking amazing food. For me, I'm going to be looking forward for every day sitting and watching and cooking something new, learning something new. And here, I think we are almost getting done, and it's looking all so nice. I shouldn't be taking out all the time, but yeah, I can see now you'll be liking it. Rudra, no. Yes, I think it's almost the light has come. And it's going to be done. So I think we are almost there. Another a minute. Yeah. And the light has also come, so you know very much is getting ready. You know, the beauty is about air fryer, I feel personally. You can be with your friends sitting and put your stuff inside and 20 minutes, and that time you don't realize the time, right? I know right now you're waiting for it, but that time while talking, watching, you won't realize, and it will be done in no time. Yes, now it's done. And here's the magic. You can see the beautiful color and the crisp. Yes, wow, see here. I'm ready to put in my cutlets. So simple, right? So simple. And I know always people talk about protein. And here is right? It's so beautiful, so nice color. And you can use ketchup, Tabasco, whatever kind of sauce you like, or mustard. Some people love the tangy flavor, like me too. So enjoy your evening, and World on a Plate starting on 5th. Shouldn't miss all the chef, and same time they are supporting World Hunger Warriors. So please come forward and donate. Thank you for watching. Namaste.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
We made life.
Simon Chewy, Saranj Koela, and I'm looking for Neetu. Is she there? Is it up there?
Hi.
Hi, Neetu. How are you?
Very good. Thank you.
It's such a nice masterclass and very, very inspiring, very simple. Feels like I can make it at home. In terms of the, I mean, it's the great, amazing usage of the Philips air fryer. I didn't know that you can do so many things in the air fryer. How long you've been using the air fryer?
It's been a year and it's going just amazing.
Yeah. So, what inspires you to do exciting, tasty food like this and healthy food? Of course, you run a yoga school. What inspires you like this?
Of course, it has to be healthy living around that. So that means, of course, when I teach yoga, I teach and I live that life. So all about healthy eating, playing with colors, and it has to be fresh. It has to be nutritious. So that's how it goes with my lifestyle.
Awesome. So the first thing I'm going to ask you is because firstly, thank you for being part of this initiative, and chefs around the world and India have kind of put this format for us, got this together for us, spent their special time contributing, and thank you on that. And since now I want you to play the yoga teacher's role. I want to know, in this pandemic, I want you to tell people who are watching, how does one become stronger? How do you build immunity? Is there a tip or two you can give us so that it'll help some of our viewers who are watching you?
So 3 tips. As you said, I'm a yogi, so I have to touch pranayama, which is all about living and breathing. Breathing is totally different than pranayama. So there is 2 pranayams, which very common, and nowadays everybody talks about. And thanks to Corona, all the virus, people are practicing. One is Kapalbhati Kriya, and one is Bhastrika. Kapalbhati Kriya helps to clean up and remove all the toxins, remove negative thought, which is fear nowadays people have. And due to fear, so much thing can happen to a system. And second is Bhastrika Pranayam, which helps to strengthen your lungs capacity. So these are 2 pranayam. As we are talking about food here, so turmeric and ginger is immune booster, which can be any which way in Indian cooking we use it. But having it raw ginger and raw turmeric really helps. There's so many ways to eat. And when I talk about those 2 pranayam, not only that, at least half an hour of practicing yoga itself. And asana itself helps you. So it's not only 2 pranayam.
Amazing. So we've been getting a lot of messages on WOAP asking, people want to see your partner in crime who was, helping you shoot, and he wanted to eat Rudra. So is she around to see her?
She was here. She ran away.
Oh, so bad. So they're going to be disappointed because a lot of questions.
Next time.
Excited to see her, and absolutely amazing masterclass, and I just loved it. I really wish we could grab that and eat, because it's that time of the day, that evening, that we want to eat. So amazing having you with us. Thanks for contributing. And you want to say anything to inspire people before you leave this?
Yes. One thing. I hope I stick to one thing. Remember, this body is a temple, and your breath is the main system of that body. So if you don't breathe properly throughout the day, you are getting stress and you are not thinking positive. So both are related. And body being temple, you need to eat clean, fresh, energetic food, and you need to eat with the thoughts, the right content, the right thinking behind it. Never watch screen and eat. Never do that. And be there when you're eating. Thank you, Kiran.
Thank you for your lovely time, and stay safe, and see you soon when we can see you. Very, very soon. Right?
Namaste.
So moving on, beautiful master classes till now. Of course, we left off where Rakhi was just finishing her cake, and so she had to, I'm waiting for that cake to come out, and then we're gonna catch her now, and then go back and do a live with her. And I'm excited for that cake to come out, so that I hope I can, imagine that I'm gonna eat it.
So guys, now my cake has come out of the oven. It has taken a good 35 to 40 minutes. In case you feel that your top is going to burn, please put a foil paper on top loosely when you know you've got a color and it's still not cooked well. So please do that. Some Indian ovens tend to take a lot of color, so you need to be very careful. What we need to do is insert a toothpick in the center, and then it has to come out clean like this, and then you know it's done, right? And it's looking so beautiful. Have a look. It's not very cold, not very hot, but it's still warm for me to go over the sides and remove it. So I'm going to leave it to the side, let it cool down a bit, loosen out the sides with the palette knife, and while that's happening, let me make the drizzle for it. So here I've got some icing sugar. This is around 100 grams of icing sugar, to which I'm going to add, and I don't want to do lemon on it because it's just not going to go. So just an icing sugar drizzle. I'm just taking a little warm water and then making that drizzle here and whisking it. So be very careful, and you just want the lumps to get over. So icing sugar, this is a tip you need, that whenever you're using it, you want to sieve it that time, because it generally gives you lumps. Now if you see, it's a little runny because I ended up putting a little extra water, but that's good enough. And I want to make it a little more creamier. So I have this cream with me. This is fresh cream that I'm going to use. Just going to take a spoon for that, and I'm going to put that into it so that it becomes a little more richer. Yeah. You can even add some melted chocolate. So what chocolate would go with this would be only white, obviously, because any other chocolate is just going to change the color. This tastes really nice because that drizzle with cinnamon tastes yum. So you can see automatically my drizzle has become thicker and it's yum. And we just have to wait for that to cool down. I'm going to loosen out the sides, going to show you, and then just pour this over. This can be not too runny, not too thick. It's up to you. Either you do, if you don't like too much sugar, then just take a fork and go very mild drizzles. Some people like a very thick layer. You can do that, but my cake has got a lot of character, as you can see. So I'm going to go very mild because I don't want to spoil that look. See how lovely that's looking, like these amazing mountains, as you can see. And the crumble has become so nice and crispy bits inside out, they become beautiful, and that is how we want it. It's got a lovely character, and really happy with this cake. So just 10 minutes more, let it cool down, and then we'll do this. All right, so I'm going to see you soon. I hope you've reached to this stage perfectly well. In any case, you can just still reach out to me. Yeah, you know who I am. I'm Chef Rakhi Vaswani. Yeah. So now that my cake has cooled, I'm just going to loosen the sides with a palette knife. And make sure you go only once. So very gently I'm going to turn it over. Remove the butter paper. And then place it on that. See how lovely that's looking? Really gorgeous, very wholesome, very lovely, beautiful centerpiece. And now all I have to do is take my icing drizzle. I need a fork and a spoon. Just wanna gently drizzle that I don't want too much because obviously we already have a little sweetness going on into the cake. But look how the cream has just made that difference. If you need something really thicker, then some more icing sugar is what you need. But this is what I want and it looks absolutely gorgeous. In case you don't want to do this drizzle, you can just take even a caramel sauce and drizzle all over it, and that also would taste really nice and look absolutely gorgeous. So here's my apple cinnamon crumble cake, all in one beautiful gorgeous looking cake which you guys can make with your friends and family. I hope you've done this along with me beautifully. I'm Chef Rakhi Vaswani, super excited. And guys, come on, this is for a good cause, and you know what you have to do. You just need to log on and donate. That's all you have to do.
फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
What was that cake?
I will.
Wow, lovely. Can you lift it up a bit? I can't see it.
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay. Now
I'm
listen,
gonna
Raj,
slice
don't
it
do this
soon.
to
I'm
me.
gonna slice it soon. Yes.
Don't do this to me. The next time, I mean, I don't know whether the courier services are open now to Bangalore, but but the next time I'm in Bombay, I'm going to insist that you make that cake.
Definitely. I wish I could send it over to you, but the next time you're coming in, for sure. Or you could just actually, you should have watched my live. Did you watch it? Why didn't you just cook along and bake along?
I really wish I can. I really wish I could. I'm doing this. I'm doing this work, right?
I understand. No worries. You have me. I'll send it to you. I'll make it for you, so you don't have
Lots
to worry.
of fans have been cooking your recipe, and we've been getting so many inquiries about so many questions, and
I'm happy to answer the questions. Very happy to answer.
No, so I think your sous chef has answered most of the questions at World on a Plate Live on the website. But there was so much excitement at your masterclass, and I'm sure many of them have gone ahead and we made big that recipe. And firstly, thank you for being part of World on a Plate. And like I said, you're one of our most special chefs. You've been continuously a part of most of the charity events with us. And so, what inspires you, Rafi?
First of all, the thank you is from me. I'm very grateful to be a part of such a lovely cause. I think I've been seeing all the lovely work that you've been doing, you know, feeding people. And in these times, I've been seeing your pictures. You haven't been worried about your health, and you are personally going with those truckloads of food and, supplying it to people who are needing it. So the minute this came to me, I told you, I told Abhijit also. I know I was not very prompt in replying, but I definitely wanted to be a part of this, because we all have to give back to the society in some way or the other. So thank you for making me a part of such an honorable cause. So I'm really, really happy about that. I hope people have enjoyed baking this cake. And if they have any queries also, please ask them. They can DM me, and I will definitely be happy to reply all the answers, because baking is a science. So yeah, you need to be very specific. And I could see those questions and I wanted to answer them personally. I was like itching to answer. DM me and I will answer all the questions.
So on the other note, you play many roles. The other one is, of course, you run Palette Academy.
Yes,
So
yes, yes.
how have you actually put yourself together, and how have you actually been able to, weather this storm? And what is that inspiration you're going to give to people who are watching? Because many of them are just starting their careers, and
Yes.
many of them are in the middle of it. Many have lost jobs, and this pandemic is quite, it's been devastating to us. What is your inspirational idea or conversation to them?
So it's not been easy for us also, because as you know, we do professional courses. So those kind of students haven't been able to come to the academy because you can't do anything physically. We've been working with a very core team, and we've been doing a lot of online classes. So you know what, like they say, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. So kind of the same thing. If we knew we couldn't do one thing, resort to what I've started my career with. 12 years ago, I started in a small garage with my one-day hobby workshops, things like that, doing the cakes, doing the macaroons, doing a kebab. So I've resorted to that because we have a very big team. You've seen our place, you've seen how big it is. So yes, you have to pay your bills, your rents, your salaries. I did not want to let go of anyone. I took Modi ji's note to us very seriously. So we decided that we're going to stay afloat, because even though pandemic has affected everyone, but it's how you look at it. It was a matter of a couple of months, and these couple of months, what we've decided is we need to just stay afloat rather than looking at anything else. And then once we tide over this period, then things will come back to normal. I know everyone's resorting to a kitchen. A lot of people are going into the culinary and the baking business. So obviously cloud kitchens and all are doing really, really well. I would suggest that if you can, then just upgrade your knowledge a little before starting anything. As long as there's a lot of love and passion, yes, you can win this battle. We're all in it together. You have put such a beautiful platform where you put in so many chefs together, and they're all helping. I'm sure we would have had many new chefs today only, and in the next few days that we have World on a Plate online from the 5th to 9th. I'm sure we'll have many more chefs coming. So instead of asking me, I think you've already contributed enough on this platform. And thank you once again, Kiran. For all those who don't know, he's an amazing friend. I can tell him off. I can fight with him. He can do the same. And at the end of it, guys, we can't forget that this is a lovely cause. And we all need to give our heart out and do
Them to DM you directly, because
sure, please do. Please
they
do.
want to ask those questions, and happy to please answer them. So on that note, thank you, Raki, and I'm going to see you
Pleasure.
soon in Mumbai. And respect and love to you, and
Bye. See you.
absolutely pleasure seeing you.
Thank you, and lots and lots of luck to World on a Plate. And this is going to be a roaring success. And I think we're going to have an amazing turnout. People are going to love the kind of chefs are on board. So thank you so much. Bye.
Lovely. So, such a nice conversation with all the chefs, and the master classes were amazing. Wrapping up day one, we've had event, this amazing event. It has been eventful. 5 masterclasses, amazing combination of different chefs. Tomorrow is a very, very bright day. Very special because you'll see what's in store for you. We are going to do something different, and of course, the chefs are amazing. The chefs are the 4 chefs who are going to land up doing master classes are. We start off with Vikas Seth. That's the first master class. The second one I think is Neha and Ashay. The third one is Shazia Khan, and the last one, but not the least, is Sandesh Reddy. So we are going from various places. I mean, I know Shazia Khan, for example, is doing a Muslim biryani, which I'm really excited about. Who gets to watch someone make a Muslim biryani or teach all those, behind the scenes, the real tips, and that can only happen on World in a Plate. Of course, Ashay and Neha, very popularly known as the Troublesome Duo, doing their stuff. Ashay is, doing a risotto, which I love. Vikas, something amazing in store. Go check out the website, WOAP.in. All the videos, the master classes are live on the platform. The recipes are available. You can download it. Not to forget the DIY kits, which you can buy for the top 6 chefs, at World on the Plate, who spent time to make these DIY kits, sitting with my team. Ranveer Brar, Saransh Roila, Simon Tui, Ajay Chopra, Colibri Jimenez, and Vicky Ratnani. Because your ingredients are coming to your home. And of course, Philips Appliances, they've been giving away contests, giving away appliance every masterclass. So you've got questions, you just have to answer them on Facebook, and you get an appliance. And lots of people are winning some appliances. So bring your friends, your family. This is a big food party. Take it to the world, and we're happy to be here. And do remember, it's for a cause. Please go and donate. Anything is going to help. Even